All right, mic check. Mic looking good. Cam check. Looking good. I think. Anything on this side messing up stuff. What up, y'all? Let me minimize a couple of things here. Oh, I meant to do something. I didn't do what I was gonna do. I might have to go find it though. Let's see. Oh, that's how they did it. I was trying to get my little like interactive map to show up on my stream, and I could do it, but it's gonna like require some time to make it happen. I guess I have to figure out whether or not I want to do that or not. I mean, I kind of do. Yeah, I kind of do want to do it. Larry Bird, what's going on? I might have to is it this? Yeah, that's not what I want to do. Let me at least boot up D4 so you guys have something to look at while I figure this out. So yeah, this week I'm thinking about making a new class. Like for real. Now I might like still swap up between Rogue and whatever new class it is, like on a daily basis. Like I won't play the new class the entire time, but I'll play like I'll play like maybe half of a new class and then half Rogue for those who kind of come in. And Nocturnal, what's going on? It's all right. You gave Rax a lesson in row pinch shot rotation. I think the thing is that here's the thing. So, I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything until Rax asked, because like, unfortunately, all of the combo point rogue builds right now are very rotation heavy, and to really proc all of your damage bonuses, you have to like do stuff in a certain order. And so like Rax was like rarely ever like dashing through to proc close quarters combat, so he was doing like way less damage because of that. Go to the dark side, Barb, and destroy your hands and do less hand and do less damage. Yeah, but I honestly, I mean, I'd rather for my hands to get a workout than to fall asleep. Because at least I'm enjoying and playing, and I'm enjoying what I'm playing. Like, honestly, Hoda would literally put me to sleep. Oh, but anyway, so back to Rax and what he was playing. Yeah, it's basically he has to proc close quarters combat, and like that's literally the entire that's all of Rogue this season. That and to boss will for the most part. So like, yeah, he just wasn't proccing the bonus, and so he was dealing half of his damage basically. Wouldn't Shadow Step do both? Yeah, but I mean, I do Shadow Step generally, but you have to understand that Shadow Step will only proc to both will for 5 seconds, whereas Metamorphosis will do it for 10. So you know, that's the reason why I don't have it on a pin shot guide that way, because most players aren't going to want to do a rotation every 5 seconds. Like an 8 second rotation or a 10 second rotation is a little easier to kind of like get used to, but a 5 second rotation, that's pushing it. I left it in the barrage guide, but in the pin shot rapid fire guide, I was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Nah, but I gotta stay like I gotta really stay out of like, I'm gonna start to, you know, really stop looking at chat whenever I'm like visiting Rax's stream or visiting Woody's stream. Starting to realize that it's just not, it's more often than not it ends up being uh what is deemed to be like kind of not from Rax by any means, but like from like, you know how like you have your like you have your fans, like every large streamer has like their fans, and then you have those mega fans, like those super stands, where it's like, you know, like those super stands feel like, you know, whatever Rax and, you know, Woody or whoever super large streamer, you know, Dat Mods or, you know, Crip, whatever like that, you know, whatever they do or touch is like absolutely pure gold. And those are like the annoying fans that no one wants, not even those people, right? It's those that that definitely get, has been kind of getting on my nerves. I had someone try to tell me, because I was trying to tell, you know, Rax how to do, you know, more of his stuff with Rogue or whatever, and then some guy chimed in and was saying, as a Lilith Grandmaster Rogue player, you know, I can tell you that, you know, what Dioxide is doing is, you know, it is not, you know, doesn't work or something like that. And I'm just like, wait, what? As a Lilith Grandmaster player? So are you saying because you killed Lilith and you did a T100 that gives you the, you know, you're saying that as if that's like your credentials, right? It's like, oh well, you know, I did a T100 and I killed Lilith, and I am now qualified to say that XYZ on whatever. And I'm like, that would have been more respectable like preseason. But the fact that he said that and thought it and thinks it actually meant something, but it was the fact of the matter is that like he felt like what Rax was doing was right, when literally Rax asked me what he was doing wrong, but I couldn't tell Rax anything because the super stand can't imagine Rax doing anything like, or not, maybe not playing something to the best of his abilities yet, right? And that's fine. I mean, obviously it's his first time playing a pin shot Rogue, so of course there's gonna be some things you may miss. It's totally fine. But those super stands though, you can't tell them nothing, or you can't tell their streamer anything. I'll put it that way. So I just thought that was kind of hilarious. So I think I'm gonna just stop like reading chat and start hanging out in chat. Like I'll still go to streams or whatnot, but like some of these super stands are absolutely just like, I'm trying not to be that guy in their chat, like ripping some of these super stands a new one. But I'm trying to be nice about it. I really am. You should see big TFT streamer. Everyone in chat is a challenger and 100% always right. Yeah, Helltie is like midway though. I'm probably gonna end up missing a good chunk of that. I killed Lilith with 15 level 15 glyphs on the ball lightning swerve. I'm a Lilith Grandmaster. You sure, bud? What's up, boss? I just thought that like him saying that at first was his way of trying to say that he's right, or that he has the right to question. And he wasn't the only one. Like, I mean, it wasn't just one. Like, there was like 3 or 4 people in the stream today where I'm just like, bruh, like, you ever seen about, does it need to be submitted to Blizz? I haven't, like, I did look at it. I haven't sent it over yet. But I'll try to trim that and send it over to them. So therefore, you know, I'm not taking up as much of their time. Because I mean, I think I think most of what you sent me is like a pretty big clip. So I think I'm gonna just like trim it and then like send it over. What happened, I guess, guy here? All right. Now let me figure something out here. I don't know how to do this correctly. And I guess I might have to add a certain whatchamacallit. Let's see. Oh, it's not letting me add a thing. I can't add a source. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you might have to do something different then. Hold on. You know what? We're not gonna worry about it. We're not gonna worry about it. I have another way I can do this. I would like to show it on the stream, but I think I'm gonna have to spend time outside of the stream to figure this out. I thought it was gonna be quicker than this, but nah. So we could put this here for me to see. And then we got one more thing to do. My overlay and health type map? No. I was gonna like overlay a event timer, but it's gonna require me to do some cropping and then like some transparent stuff that I didn't think it was gonna take as long to do. So I'm like, we'll do that later. I don't want to spend like 20 minutes trying to figure it out. 20, 30 minutes. Okay, now where's my YouTube chat? Pop out the chat. Here we go. Okay, put that here. Go. So now I got YouTube chat. I got the event timer above my thing. I got so much going on like on my left monitor. This is nuts. I don't know how I'm gonna keep up with this all. I guess I'll finish as much of this hell tie as I can. I'm like, this is already here. Oh, by the way, Zarya was right, and I ended up testing it just to confirm. He said this is what he noticed, and I actually went on a training dummy and decided to confirm what he was saying, and he was right. Rapid fire, enhanced fire, the more crit chance per arrow you shoot scales to 100%. It doesn't stop at 40. Yeah. So in reality, you can probably get away with getting rid of some crit chance on your gear and be just fine. You can legit go like no crit chance at all on your gear and still crit a ton. Because you'll still have intelligence from your all stat stuff and your Paragon board, and of course your wait, why do I have 0 cinders? 1 cinder. What? This must be the bug hell tie, right? Or the bugged whatchamacallit. I got 2 cinders so far. Yeah, so yeah, we don't even need Yeah. So I'm thinking about maybe replacing crit chance on like rings with something else. Because it's literally not even needed. It shoots. Bro, I still only got 2 cinders. What? Okay, now I'm getting some cinders. Wait, they all just is what? Oh, I'm in someone else's thing. Okay, now. Yeah, this is weird. I mean, I've ran into this before. It's just really weird. Can I recommend them class to play since you're a rogue man? I think you would love Barbarian, all the different weapon masters to choose from, and a new range for each class. Make some awesome builds to play. Lots of great abattoir push builds too. Just keep in mind, Barbarian doesn't have any source of one-shot potential until level 75. So you can wear the banished or the talisman, so leveling a barber's rough until level 75-ish. Alright, noted.
Is someone there? They need your help. I can't see. My dearest wanders these
Yeah, I'm not getting any cinders, man. I'm about to just like bounce. Yeah, I'm still not getting these. Yeah, I'm gonna just like not worry about this hell tide. Just wait till the next one. So for a new riff no coming out, the Barbarian we best push with also. Like I'm still gonna push on my rogue. I mean, when I say make a new class, I'm not about to main a new class per se. This is more so something to do until the new content kind of comes out. Once that happens, I'm pretty much primarily gonna be rogue because I'm gonna push with all different rogue builds. And I do want to say this though, and I do kind of like when it comes to classes and builds, like I'm not the individual that goes off of looks. So think of it as like a girl, you know, like a woman or whatever. You know how like first impression, you know, like you see a woman, she's like really beautiful, and like you know, you're just like, oh man, like she looks, you know, right? Like sure, that's kind of a lot like let's say a very very strong build. Like let's just say like I'll put ball lightning in that category, right? Let's say ball lightning is the pretty looking woman, right? You know, on the surface, ball lightning is extremely strong. So you look on the surface and you're like, man, this build is absolutely just destroying things, right? But the way that I look at things is that yeah, sure, you know, looks are something, right? But you know, I want to know the other qualities. I want to know the other traits. You know, is she fun to be around? You know, does she have ambition? You know, is it, you know, can I stand, you know, the things that she likes and that she dislikes, her quirks, those kind of things. I want to know more about that stuff because looks fade. looks will fade, right? You know, so like if but the other things to me are a little bit more important. So for a build, while being extremely strong, you know, is one thing, right? And sure, you know, initially everyone likes, you know, strong, super strong builds. But for me, if it doesn't feel good mechanically, or if it doesn't play a style that I can see myself liking, or if I just find it straight boring just to play itself, I'm not going to care about the power. So perfect example for me would be, again, in that category, ball lightning, right? ball lightning is extremely strong, right? But it's the exact opposite of what I think about when I play a sorc, or when I think of as a sorcerer. I don't think of the playstyle anything like I ever thought I would want to play a sword, despite the power, right? All the other stuff does not interest me at all, other than just the power. And I'm gonna need more than that if I'm going to spend time creating a class or a build. I'm gonna need more than it's just strong. So I think Hodabar kind of falls into that same category too as well, where that's kind of what that is, right? Strongest build in the game, sure, but I mean 3 shouts and a button press, that doesn't really seem appealing to me. Like, if it's gonna, like, I actually like pressing buttons, which I know is weird and a little bit different than a lot of people see it. Just like I know people would be like, yo, I would date this girl, or you know, I will, you know, be with this girl based off of looks alone, and I get it. Some people are like that, but I'm gonna need just a little more than that. Well, a lot more than that. Especially if I'm gonna be playing it for like a while. Like I think builds like that are fun for like, you know, a couple of days, maybe a week, you know, and then after that it's like, okay. And I know that I'm in the minority with that, and I get it, but I think that's the reason why I'm more interested in like probably what I guess would appear to be like off meta builds that aren't necessarily in the limelight. That's why I'm interested in like frozen orb stuff, right? Like, not because it's, you know, I mean, it just mechanically, I like the way that just the way the build plays. I like the way it looks. I think the idea of having to, you know, be at a certain distance to get the most out of it kind of gives some sort of skill ceiling involved. Now, if that was like the strongest build on Sorc, I would still like Frozen Orb, because mechanically it's in my range, right? But controlling your aura powers can be a bit of a handful. Well, I mean, I play a rogue. There's no class in the game that pushes more buttons and more rotation stuff than a rogue does. So can't imagine any other class, you know, being, I guess, difficult to handle and or play after playing a rogue. A lot of builds this season remind you of Hammered. Kind of, you know what, like all the spinning stuff, right? I mean, Twisting Blades is still pretty popular, right? And it spins. Blade Dancer spins. Ball Lightning spins. The Druid Boulder build spins. Granted, Pulverize is stronger, but you know, Boulder's not bad either, and it spins. Got a little spin mechanics. Where NATO spin. I actually haven't seen a Where NATO this season at all. I have not seen a single one this season. Like it's Shu says his second Druid is where NATO. Yeah, I haven't seen a single one. I think about doing Stormclaw actually on Druid. Stormclaw seems like up my alley. Either that or Shred. Shred looks a lot of like a lot of fun. When I want to do Varshan, I don't know what you're indirectly trying to tell us about my life. None really. I just like to use analogies, you know. Cause I think people may not necessarily completely understand when when something that's extremely OP. I get like, if I'm not interested in something that is very strong, I guess you could say, just because it's strong. And people are like, bro, what do you mean? You're gonna play Sorc and not play Ball Lightning? What's wrong with you? And it's like, well, So I figure if I give an analogy that everyone, has, witnessed or been a part of, it'll make more sense. And like when it comes to rogue stuff, it's kind of a similar thing, right? As long as I get to push a lot of buttons, whether it's like super strong or kind of strong or mostly strong, the chances are I'm going to have a lot of fun with it and I'll play it. Maybe double swing. Like if it's a barb, maybe a double swing. Although I've always liked upheaval though. I don't see myself ever doing a Hoda barb though. That looks very one dimensional. All right, let's go here. We'll get somewhere. Actually, we can go here. But Marsh. But kill them all, yeah. And about, you said Peaches with you? You still got one more? Kill them all? I'll join if you got one more. Ryan, what's happening, man?
Can't do that here.
Hawkeye. Danger, what's going on? So now that I said what I said about, like, I guess what I like, or what I would want to, like, what my style of kind of is, I think you guys can have a better idea of what, to recommend. Like, he likes pushing lots of buttons. Something that, like, kind of has a skill ceiling. Doesn't have to be OP. Shay, what's going on? Yeah, we're about to do some of our Sean runs. I guess let me TPD y'all. I haven't tuned in to stream in a while. You quit this game at the start of season 2? Why at the start? That's an interesting spot. Usually everyone quit in season 1. Right? Season 1 was like the quitting season. Still gonna say Walking Arsenal, best 6 skill rotation with the functional ult in the game. That actually does kind of sound fun. In Theorycrafting, something very unspoken of on a rogue, a tank rogue. I wouldn't consider that's unspoken of. I think there's been a few people who's been doing a lot of that already. Lucky does that a lot. He builds tank rogues all the time, every season. I forgot his name. European dude. Also very much the same way. Super tanky. But yeah, definitely the tanky rogue is probably the most played archetype, with a lot of people following what Lucky's doing, and that style of play. Like there's a lot of like variants of that same thing from those guys. Yeah, most poison TB rogues are built to be tanky. Not sure if you answered, but this 100% chance, 100% crit chance only happen because it's a boss world. Pretty much, yeah. But I think the thing is that it scales that way. It scales that way even with the 2 additional arrows from Cunning. So like you won't get 100%, but you'll still get plus 5 crit chance each time. So you're getting a little bit more crit chance as well with the additional 2 arrows at the end. You said you've been working towards an overboard tanky. All right, well, I will like to see it. Isn't Drew bulwark type of tanking? All right. It's a homebrew nonetheless. Fair enough. What skill are you using with it? I came in at the end. You sure when you're not embarrassed? Oh, don't say that. I showcase all my screw ups and mess ups all the time via live stream on a daily basis.
I got sharp, blunt,
You know,
sinister.
I showcase all of my failed experimentations live. And in 1080p, so you get that glorious, good-looking failure. How do I activate Dark Shroud in a penetrating shot build when it is not one of the skills assigned? The answer is actually in the intro paragraph of the build. It states that the Umbrus aspect that you wear basically gives you Dark Shrouds for free. So as long as you're wearing Umbrus and you crit, you get Dark Shroud shadows. Did I miss that? You'd be surprised how many people do actually. But don't feel bad. I used to have to ask like answer that question all the time. But yes, it's a super nice aspect to have. Like very, very nice. Working off of damage reduction while injured and barriers, and as many ranks in Dark Shroud as possible. You got a shackle with that?
The forge is ready for what is that?
Kind of sad. Eyes in the Dark is getting like no love. Season. I wonder if we'll have to get some love in the Abattoir Azir, considering that things aren't gonna die nearly as quick in the higher end. You have 2 shackles, man. Can I get one somehow? Pretty please. So, port. Still only in T3, so you look forward to it. Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to have it on your, like, I would suggest you keep Dark Shroud on your bar until you get the Umbrus aspect. Because that's basically the majority of your damage reduction right there. Sorry. That was more than one tap. I got bored of it, but yeah, season is definitely how the game should have released in the beginning. I see. Got you. Season 2. Got you. Are you planning on Shay? Are you planning on coming back when no kill 'em all, no Sky Hunter. Sky Hunter's not worth. But yeah, Shay, are you planning on coming back with the Abattoir Zero, or are you done with the game and or rest of the season? Also, control glyph. It is best in slot for most rogue builds. I mean, you like can't like not have it on any close quarters combat key passive setup. Control glyph is literally best in slot, like no question. Like I'll put it this way: if you had to give up like if you can only wear one, if you can only use one for whatever strange reason, just hypothetically, you can only wear a shackle or slot a control glyph, you would absolutely slot the control glyph and forego the shackle. It is that important. But at the same time though, that is only in builds that use close quarters combat. So if you take this key passive, right? You take this key passive, control glyph is best in slot. Not even close. The flurry, I still need higher affix rather than higher item power, right? But what can be the minimum? Like 900? Yeah, I probably wouldn't do anything under 900 to be honest for a weapon. You're asking why? Why what? The control glyph? No, I was just saying. I'm just making a reference on how important control glyph is in a close quarters combat key passive rogue build. So I was just saying, if you had to, if you for whatever strange reason, hypothetically, just hypothetically, the game would only allow you to either slot the control glyph or wear a shackle, and you had to make a choice, you would definitely choose the control glyph. Hypothetically. Like that's how important that glyph is. Another combination dagger the other day is pretty cool. Yeah, combination dagger basically makes or plays the rogue currently. Without it, like you're pretty weak.
Yeah, give it over.
Big Splunky. What's up? Do I know if enshrouding is additive or multiplicative with the dark shroud? If I'm not mistaken, it's additive. It's really so at 4% it's 20%. So at 4% it's 20% damage reduction. It's basically the same thing as a might, kind of, but it scales really well the more ranks into dark shroud you have. So if you have a lot of ranks into dark shroud, and shrouding becomes better. Problem is that there's just really no, like in most cases there's just not enough slots to kind of put that in. But it's not a bad aspect. If you're trying to build a rogue to have the highest possible attack speed, how would you go about it? I'd play Flurry. Flurry with Tobalt's Will and combination is pretty much the absolute highest attack speed you can actually get. Does Maxwell have any inside scoop for D4 but can't share it pre-time? Just something I was wondering since D3 if you can answer that. Well, I mean, I'll put it this way. Let's just say Maxwell does. He wouldn't be able to tell you, right? Or anybody. But the answer to that is no. Like, I can legit tell you straight out, no. We don't have secret information ahead of time that you guys don't already have. Now, some of us do get to talk to the developers and kind of get feedback and or bug reports like directly to them, and we can get responses from them. But that's mostly it. We don't have any other like secret powers. If anything, we're like ambassadors. It's probably the better way to put it. And I wouldn't say Maxwell, I would say Diablo partners. Not Maxwell. So like no company or website or whatever have specific privileges with Blizzard. But if you're Diablo partner, you do have like, you know, a few perks, I guess you could say. If anyone could get good feedback before they release something, it's you guys. We give them a lot of feedback. Probably way more than they wanted. They probably have to hire a team just to read through the feedback. The feedback team. Well, yeah, you want to take all damage reduction stuff, Danger, if you're gonna continue with the tanky build. What build uses this? Just hold on to it. Don't. No actual build actually like uses it right now. I use it sometimes for fun, but like I don't have it in an actual build. Philip the Killer, you still there? You said gotcha. Yeah, I have it. Looking at the different boards and thinking. Maybe your druid tanking enough to survive tier 100 blood boils. Well, that's easy. That's easier to do, I think, on a druid in general, because druid is naturally tanky. I got the Ring of Starless Skies. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was the one you got. Of all the over uniques, I apologize. That was the one that dropped for you. For a rogue. That's awful. There's nothing you can do without a rogue. Nothing viable. I'll put it that way. Did you? They look the same to me. Did you? Hold on. Yeah, they're like legit the same one. Seems like you linked the same one twice. Or did they actually roll the exact same? 19, 30, 13.5, 19. Yeah, this is the same. It's the same dagger. Huh. Well, 10, 24, 21, 15. I mean, I would take the first one. The one that you're already wearing is better. I've always had it and we'll keep it there because of close quarters. Yeah, there's a couple of boards that is actually pretty decent. And I mean, even in the, I mean, you can just put in a cheap shot board and not have to worry about it. It says cheap shot and controller. You know, it is what it is. Like you're gonna get 44 intelligence off that board. I mean, the most you'll probably be able to get would be like Lorena's, which is 49 intelligence, but it's depending on how your resistances are, that board in general is only really good for that. So the new one got better rolls. It's not like the new one. Wait. Yeah, the new one had, the one he's already wearing had better rolls. 24 crit damage, 21 core skills. Like those are the only two that you care about on that equation. The other one had what, 16% crit damage, 19% core skill damage, and they both were 38%. Oh yeah, you do got a point. That's actually a very fair point. I forgot they didn't upgrade it. That's a very good point. Yeah, he's right. He's right. Yeah, the new one is better than. I totally didn't look at that one there. I have a 100 TB rogue and start a new rogue trap build. Do I have a recommendation for build for endgame? Your easy build looks fun. So the question for you, Uneven JD, is this. Let me ask you a question. Are you wanting to play a ranged bow build where you are like not having to jump in and doing anything? Or like do you not care whether or not you have to kind of jump in and out for some damage bonuses? And the reason why I ask changes like the way that you're going to approach your bow rogue. Because basically you have a choice between close quarters combat where you have to jump in with a either dash or shadow step and evade out to be able to get the close quarters combat buff as a bow rogue, or you can go victimize and play it pretty much at a distance without ever having to jump in. Either way, I mean, it's gonna do well. It's just a matter of like preference and playstyle. Those pipes are, yeah. Oh, he's got 40% on that. 20 says, yeah, that. Yeah, that's better. Kill them all. That's better. Yeah. I don't care about this or anything, but like the melt bosses, I'm loving with the pin shot build, but it's rough going early on. The best leveling bow build would be Barrage to level with. Now, after you level, like after you get to about level 50, 60, whatever like that, then you can switch to whatever you want. But in terms of leveling is concerned, Barrage is. But then again, you got Hemomancy, right? So I mean, you can level with anything with Hemomancy. Try incorporating rapid fire or pin shot. Doesn't matter when you're leveling up. It's just not. It's not. It's kind of poor leveling. Unless you're going to use Hemomancy, of course, then anything works. But yes. But if you just want to melt bosses or whatever like that, play rapid fire. Play rapid fire. Like just pure rapid fire. So the Uzi rapid fire build will be just fine. Yeah, but if you're gonna level, I would start with barrage. I would level with barrage and then play rapid fire for your end game build. And it's a seamless transition because they all use the same aspects basically. It's all combo point aspects. So I mean, how the aspect of the 3 damage types even you said every X time works. It's kind of hard to explain. I think I won't say it's hard to explain, but like basically there's a little like indicator like when you're in the game. I'll show you in the next run.
Hello. Greetings.
That's a good bow build for the season. Pretty much any of them on max roll. But yeah, you should go by what you kind of like play style you want to play. Because some of them are based around close quarters combat, which requires you to jump in and not play like a true range rogue per se. I mean, you have the rapid fire build that is actually a range rogue. So anyways, who was it? Somebody on YouTube. So you see how these little like swirling little elemental balls work like that? This right here, where it says cold poison and shadow damage decrease. Every second, 3 seconds or 7 seconds, they rotate. So when it's on the cycle and you're using any of the elements that are on that cycle, you get a pretty big damage boost from these skills here. So it's not always up for the most part, but you can play around it if you want to. And if you do, you actually get more value out of it than it looks like. But if you don't play around it and you just kind of just kill randomly while having it, then it's like you get it about half the time roughly.
I can break that down.
So I mean, you don't really have to play around it, but it's you'll just notice that your damage will spike every now and then. And it'll feel quite nice when it does. It's nice to have actually. You got 10 more, but you gotta have to grab mats. I got about like 12 runs of these. If you guys want to kind of stay in a party for a while and then actually like do Gregory as well, and then do some Duriels as a party, we can do that. You're just hoping to get away from puncture at some point. Yeah, you can't. Me too. I honestly don't like puncture at all whatsoever. But with Tabalt's Will right now and combination and a 30% chance to fill up your entire combo point bar, there's no shot for any other basic skill to be used right now, which unfortunately I don't like at all. Gets overpowers the other basic attack. It's not even just, well, yeah, I mean it's got more perks and stuff like that, but the biggest reason this season is because of that 30% chance to generate 3 combo points, but in reality, it's actually all of your combo points. If it didn't do that, you could technically go with some other basic attack skills if you wanted. But because of that and the extra combo points we have, it literally pigeonholes you into it where it doesn't just become just a little better than the other basic attack skills like it was. It's way better now. So like that's the unfortunate part. Like you're completely gimp yourself if you do not use puncture. That wasn't the case before. It was just better, like a little better. But you weren't gimping yourself if you went a different basic attack. You just, you know. But
I can break that down.
like last season, I played with Forcer Arrow quite a bit on my rapid fire rogue, and made a build video out of that too. So, and did just fine. I was actually doing very good with that. But this season, can't do that.
Don't ruin all that work.
And a bow too, by the way. So a bow instead of a crossbow. It's just what I would like. Can I join Discord? Probably not. I'm answering a lot of questions on stream, and I'm gonna have to like mute y'all a lot if I'm in the Discord with y'all talking. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind, but. So you always pick rapid fire. You're a fan of you're rapid fire fanboy. I actually I like barrage. I like barrage better when it. I like barrage better without the bug. Put it that way. Yeah, my barrage using the bow just to do it. I would prefer the aesthetic. Understood. This better be my my stream to get a Shaco. I gotta change things around when if it does drop though. Probably have to drop corruption, move elements to a ring or something, and then slot disobedience somewhere. Tried it, but with poison, definitely see increasing damage, but because I think I might want to go back and didn't want to fish for. You mean fish for combo points? You can use Shaco. Yeah, you can use Shaco on any rogue build. Like every rogue build wants a Shaco. When they say to boss for your necro, you can always get more than one to boss there, right? Or take it off your necro and put on your rogue whenever you play rogue, and then vice versa. Generally speaking, I don't know if fishing for combo points is the right word for it. You're generally gonna proc. You have so much attack speed with Ravenous that you're gonna proc your full combo points quite often. Next class, Barb, easy peasy. Tell me why I should play Barb. Like, sell me on Barb. BRB. All right, I'm back. Does it give me a reason not to play Barb? Well, that's not how that works, right? Like, let's say, if you're trying to sell, if you try to sell someone a car, right? If you're a car salesman, you're trying to sell someone a car, right? Someone asks you, hey, why should I buy this car?
Doing all that work.
Your answer is like, well, why wouldn't you want a car? It's not really a great sales tactic, right? I mean, cars are awesome, I guess, right? But, there are different types of cars. There's cars do different, have different, features you may or may not want. So that is why I asked the question, right? Of tell me why I should play
I can break.
Sell me on Barb. Make Barb sound beautiful to my ears. Should you summon Farshawn? I'm new to Diablo and just realized I have a head hand for Emerald Heart. Head hand for Emerald Heart as well. Yeah, that is what's needed to summon Varshawn. Because they go to the gym. So Barb is a they now. Are we adding pronouns to Barb now? I'm just joking, by the way. Big girthy. I'm just totally joking. Not trying to do that. No, but big girthy warrior smashing the hordes of demons with the big old giga hammer. Tanky huge DPS numbers. Bring out your inner Conan. Now that is a description worth that. Yes. That okay. Brings out your inner Conan. You know what? That sounds like fun. Especially since I actually kind of grew up watching and reading about Conan. The cartoon was actually not that bad either. They never skip leg day. So is that like an indirect selling of the leap quake barb? Is that what you're trying to pitch in there a little bit with leg day? Playing bar will make you appreciate the number of buttons you get to press as a rogue. It's definitely an interesting way of looking at it, but you may not be wrong. Barb is melatonin. Don't do it. Barb is easy to play on the stream deck. These are all, mostly pretty solid reasoning so far. I'm hearing from y'all.
That's a deal. Luck to you then.
If I play Barb, I'm thinking either of like maybe Walking Arsenal or Double Swing. I think one of the two is probably more up my alley. You could finally leap down the pesky mountains while you're doing hell ties and do it cool instead of using the ropes. Usually, I guess usually I can kind of shadow step down there. Just depending on how close they are. Like I need a target though, sometime or all the time. But if there's no target down there, I can't get down there. But I guess with leap, I can just, jump down there whenever I want.
Yeah, give it over. Luck to you then.
Call him Debo. Moonlighted as a double swing bar last season. Was fun and involved. Are there still, actually a question for y'all, are there still like any like actual flicker step builds right now? Like builds based around flicker step? I remember at the beginning of the season, like that was like the biggest talk for a bit before the season started when we found out, you know, what they did. I almost never really hear about it now. Use it for utility.
That's a deal.
I mean, the devs in the stream were like really upselling
Luck to you then.
some flicker step. Our alts suck. Yeah, pretty much. Actual builds, no, but game so easy it works. Balls use them. Okay. Not really. He says most builds don't even touch alts. I guess I just assumed. It's like a lot of people probably that was going to be like way more popular this season. Given like what it does. You know, like 10-second cooldown com reduction for evading through enemy. On the ultimate skill. Just seemed like that would have been like initially that seemed like that would have been really good. You have to go. Actually, who was the in this party? Who was the one that keyed in most of the stuff? Was it you? Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, all right. I was saying that because it's like done like 5 tops. All right, all right. We can keep going. No, just the thing is that like if you did them, then that means that you have the mats, right? So like we wouldn't be able to like we would be able to summon Duriel a lot less since you won't be there because you since you keyed them in, you're the one who got the mats. We don't get the mats if you key them in. That's all I'm saying. Give me 10 minutes. I'm not. You're fine. I'm not rushing anything like that. I'm just saying if you have to go, I just want to make sure see how many runs we actually can do per se. I was just trying to figure that out in my head. All right. Let's see. I have could do like what is it like 9 Vashons, I think. Oh, I mean, well, I'll say we can keep going, Pisha. Let's keep going. Who's the leader now? It's not me. Peach is the leader. Only time inflation is good in the economy, the mat economy. Wait, what just happened to this? It just stopped. It paused. Okay, I guess that works. Alright, I'll use mine. And I'll wait to sell so we can like do these a little quicker. We got hella tied in about 33 minutes. Kind of can't wait for the Zier stuff to come. Need some more like progression or grindy content. And that's gonna satisfy that itch. Hey man, what's going on? You have one job, Peacha. One job. Just messing. Porting in. You no longer need to loot. Yeah, those, not those. Like on these bosses, like the item levels for these yellows are not worth picking up. At least for where I'm at with all my rogue builds. Now if we're doing Duriel, different story because the item level will be like consistently higher. Then I might actually sort through some of those, but yeah, I got everything I want for all the builds I want to play mostly. But I'll still pick up like a couple of like maybe yellow weapons or so. Who's you're playing group now? For these boss type things, yeah. It just makes way more sense. I think if we jumping for Bashan. We got a friend coming back in like 5 minutes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mind. He went to go do something, but he'll be back very shortly.
That's a deal.
So you're trying to get the ring for your sword. What's your B-net tag? Maybe we can get it for you in a couple of runs. Sorry, I'm trying to copy. Is in my inventory now? Okay. Alright, hold on one sec. Don't put in anything. We're gonna ask somebody to party for a sec. For a little bit. Alright. Accept request. And then once you do, ask for invite. Cute. All right, port on to you can get the Varshan master hat. Don't worry about it. You're good. Just port on one of us. What are you doing now anyways, Cube? Like what do you do for work? Still the same, just getting over it. I don't think I ever knew what you did. That's what I'm asking. Oh, the music, thanks. I don't think this is better than my other ring. No. Fire res, poison res, damage reduction, armor. It's kind of got low rolls on both of those, but I'll hold on to it. All right. Zyro. Let me know when you get the ring. Or when it drops. Produce assistant, I touch apples and cut pumpkin. They trust you with knives? I see the kind of stuff you post here. I guess that's the rest as you were. Well, you've been there for a minute, so apparently you either got away with some stuff, or or they really like you. You've been there for a bit too, right? Like I think, yeah, because when you said that, this was like months ago.
The forge is always hot.
You feel like gross? Yeah, I can't use a knife because I'm not trained in that department. It's probably a wise thing, right? They knew what they were doing. Did grocery for 2 years at your competitor. So basically, you took all the trade secrets, right, from your competitor to the, or from the competitor uh to this endeavor, right? That was a good hit. There's no real trade secrets. We don't like have we don't have like competition in the supermarkets, really. Not where I'm from. Man, Piggly Wiggly versus Winn Dixie. Down in the southeast US. Balo versus Food Lion. There's foodstuffs and words. Foodstuffs owns everything that isn't. Foodstuffs is actually a hilarious name. It's so straight to the point. You can't. Where do you shop at? Foodstuffs. That makes sense. Yeah, she's in New Zealand. But Sean does not get any higher than 75 now. Vershawn's a scrub. I just love the name foodstuffs though. Like I mean that is the most uncreative creative name for a grocery store. Like it's so obvious that I love it. What make your hair on fire? I assume you're talking about this helmet, this burning helmet. This is a cosmetic from the shop. Yeah, I actually paid for the skin. Skin is really nice. Dog size stuff, dude. Foodstuffs. I can't. I don't know why I can't stop laughing about that. I thought you made that up at first, and I thought about it. I'm like, no, she's typing it like without the sloth face. This is like, no, she really means foodstuffs. That's so good. Go without you. Be just like money. I'm legit telling everyone that, telling my students that, hey, guess what, y'all? They'll have a kick out of it. We need one over here. Like I would totally shop there just for the name, so I can tell everybody where I went. But Cubes is like, really, y'all, you find that interesting? I'm like, yeah. It's like going to a hardware store, and that hardware store is named Build Stuff. It's just like, it's literally the same exact concept. Like, why has no one done that? That's like genius. That is pretty good, actually. That's good. Kill them all, yeah. That's good. Why is it not showing up? Oh. I'm totally creating a hardware store called Build Stuff. It's happening, y'all. I'm starting it. You heard it here first. You start an ISP called Net Stuff. I'm telling you, man. You can't shop at food stuff? What? Don't tell me that. Yo, Docs, are you one-shotting 4-player Duriel with your current build? I keep seeing a few on YouTube, but you can never do it. I mean, I don't know. I actually haven't tried Duriel in 4-man with this particular setup. But those who are doing it on YouTube, Waterfish, you have to kind of keep in mind, people are building specifically to do that. Like, you're gimping your normal setup just to do one thing. Like, so you take the Banished Amulet, you take the Vampiric Power, you do a couple of different things to be able to ensure the overpower hit for the one shot. So, I mean, you can do it technically, but it just requires you to build into doing the one thing. And so all the YouTube videos generally show that one thing because people aren't realizing that, oh, he's actually having to like switch things around, like to do that one thing. Like, you can't take that one thing into a regular farming session or T100 or, you know, anywhere else, because it's not really designed for that. It's designed for that one thing. So unfortunately for rogues to do that, you got to build into it, right, to do that one thing. Whereas, like, let's say you see barbs do what they do, they just do that naturally with their natural build. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, if you can't do it, it's because you just literally just haven't, you're like not building into that one specific thing to do it. And then people's like, oh, I want to play that build. I'm like, it's not a build. It's technically not like a build. It's like it's kind of a meme. Because you can only do it that one time. You have to wait for a long ass cooldown to be able to do that one thing again. But it's a one shot, so it works. But it's like, it's a meme outside of that one situation. You picked the wrong class, basically. Yes. You said you're gonna give me your stuff. Okay. Zyro, did you get the ring yet? By chance, or no rush? I just want to know if you got it. Let me know when you get it. Yeah. Okay. Did we reset? Oh, he left out. Okay. I assume Peach is coming back. Hello, they nerf rogue. You mean the pants and weapon? No, they have not. They're not changing any. They're not fixing any bugs or broken builds at all whatsoever. This season, so all that stuff is gonna stay. Capacity, okay, I can wait. So like I'm gonna just keep doing this, and then until Helltide comes up, and then Helltide happens, and then after Helltide we can do more of these. But yeah, is Windforce okay with the bug lucky hit bills? Well, Windforce only works with that. It's garbage outside of it. You really got to shackle Grandfather and Doombreaker. You need help to get to 80? Whatever you did to get to level 73, just keep doing until you get to 80. And then throwing all those stuffs. Also, I've met very few people who got all three of those, especially under at level 73. I don't think I know anyone who has all three. I said, but it's probably not best in slot. Are you talking about the Windforce? Hey, okay, what's going on? So for pin shot build, I would argue so, yes. Because with pin shot and 22 combo points, you're reaching a little bit above 300 lucky hit chance. So if you think about the Windforce itself, you have a 30% lucky hit chance to do double damage. So if you have 300% lucky hit chance, you basically have 90% chance to proc the double damage. So like that's almost every time your combo points are filled up, which at this moment no aspect is going to beat that. Now you will have to drop an aspect obviously to use the Windforce. So the damage difference between a Windforce and like a two-hand crossbow isn't like, you know, night and day difference, but it is a little better. The Cobbin Nameless is kind of worthless. But yeah, I mean, just Tobalt's will ups the amount of combo points you're supposed to have. It's a bug, but kind of is what it is. What build are you playing, Armadin?
Proper tools of vengeance. Have a look.
Who's that?
I am looking for a better combination dagger for my flurry setup, so this is Getting a higher item level condemnation dagger is actually kind of critical. It's actually pretty good.
I can break that down. Can still use these.
Oh, Mika's out. Oh wait, yeah, we'll wait for Mika. Maxwell in-game rogue, twisting blades. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll just follow. Yeah. Just keep following that guide. Yeah, we can wait for Mika to come back. Uh, what's my favorite class? Rogue, by a significant margin. I'll look at what the. Hmm. Oh, Woody just did an update, I think, on it. Am I looking forward to Flute 3000? I mean, yeah. Emergency maintenance per excellent. That's yeah. That sounds like my internet. You think they'll bring strafe into the game? I mean, I don't see why not. Spin the win is very popular, so I'd be very surprised that they, if they wouldn't experiment with that in some ways. No witness experience. Well, okay, so he didn't really build it. Okay, he didn't build around that at all. Four minutes until Helltide. If I've done Lilith in my 100, how easy will Duriel be? I mean, if you've done T100, Duriel is way easier, and Duriel is technically easier than Lilith. So, am I ready for the event on December 5th? You mean the Abattoir Azir stuff? Appreciate the follow, Sponge. Yeah, I think I'm as ready as I'm gonna ever be for something like for that. The thing about it is that once that comes out, then it's really about preparing for the event, if that makes sense. You pick up your unique glyph, and you have to kind of level it quite a bit in order to really get to the higher levels of the Abattoir Azir anyways. So there's only but so much preparation you can do. You know what I mean? Especially since there's, very little that we actually know about it. Cold watches at 75 center chests are dropping one living still now, and the 300 chests are dropping 5 still now. Yep. Talked about it yesterday on stream. Did a video on it. It's very, very, very nice. Am I on PC or PlayStation? PC. Zara, I think it's probably going to be me and you for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, if they brought straight to the game, I don't know if we'd be able to like strafe, like perma strafe that, but I think we would, I think there'll be like some sort of like, resource hog type ordeal thing with it. I don't know. I don't think they would introduce strafe in the way that we know it, if that makes sense. There's some way you can see what glyph XP each level of Nightmare Dungeon gives. Not honestly, not quite sure. I don't know if anyone had the exact values. There might be some information out there about it. But I think most people don't really care about it because it doesn't, like, I think like it really just becomes about how fast can you clear, whatever level that you're at for the most like efficient glyph leveling for the most part. And that's going to change depending on your class and the build you play, and also what you have for your build already. So there might not be as much information about it, but I'm sure someone or some site might have that. You follow an in-game guide on build on Road Twisting Blade, and it's really fun. You like it. I almost have 100% DR in this. This 70. Nice. There you go. Well, there you go. Am I flurry rapid fire? No. I'm just pure rapid fire. I've been grinding still for a while, but he's the jury. He one shots all bosses. Yeah, that's kind of the norm now. At this point, it's a boss glitch will glitch on the rogue still thing. Yeah, it's gonna be a thing until the end of the season. Like they're not fixing anything, which I don't think is a great idea, but well, in terms of like build diversity, and when we get into the Abattoir Azir, it will start to really show itself. But I think they feel the player base would be much happier with people playing bugged powerful builds instead, so they left it alone. The Necro is weak now compared to Rogue Druid and Source. I disagree with that statement. You got one? Nice. I heavily disagree with that statement. Have you been seeing what Macro's been doing? He ended up getting a 1 billion crit on Bone Spirit earlier today and yesterday. Earlier today, I think it is. Now, granted, he hasn't made a practical build around it quite yet, but or like a farming build around it yet. But yeah, that is, he's been cooking up some things, and Venomous Necro is actually very, very good, very strong. I would actually say, like, rogues are probably, even with the bug, rogues are probably like the, like, in last place in terms of just raw power. I mean, you need more than just raw power to do, like, for a build to do well. But if we're just talking about power scaling of a build, then yeah. I think rogue's power scaling is lower than the rest of the classes, and when you even when you include the bug, which kind of goes to show the kind of the state of the balance right now in the game. And the problem is that Blizzard can't do any balancing, because you can't do any balancing unless you fix bugs, and they're not going to fix bugs. So yeah, that's a problem. So there'll be no balancing done this season, basically, because you can't, because unless you're gonna break other stuff in the game or make other things bug just to be on the level of things that are bugged, or on the levels of anything that Barb is doing, you're gonna have to break other classes' skills or whatever, and then fix them after the season, which makes zero sense. All right, Zyro, I'm glad you got the ring. I'm about to do some Helltide, so if you want to stick around and do Helltide, you can. But yeah, you want like 750 million in Barb right now. You heard them say you'll need all the extra power before the event coming up. Yeah, they basically advertise, the bug to, saying that people should play your most broken setups, which I think is also interesting that they did that. But anyways, it's not like Sork is broken. It's just that ball lightning is bugged. So I don't like to say an entire class is broken if one build is bugged, because then you're making it sound like Sork as an entire class is broken, and that's definitely far from the truth. But ball lightning itself, yes, it is bugged. It's doing 10x the output than it's supposed to. I'm doing the ball lightning right now. Of course you are. Like 98% of Sorks I see running around are ball lightning at the moment, and for good reason. But I think at the same time, there's like no identity between anyone playing Sork and not playing Sork, because they're all ball lightnings, and that's not going to change for the rest of the season. So. Because you can't literally buff anything to be on par with ball lightning, and ball lightning is bugged. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of it for Sork. You're doing Abattoir Azir, you're playing ball lightning. That's all you got. That is if you want to try to go as high as you can. I'll put it that way. There's some pretty decent Blizzard setups as well. But yeah, I think ball lightning's great lag. Yeah, there's also going to be that problem too, where I think ball lightning, you might lag yourself out with ball lightning, and the boss will. Not the boss will, sorry, in the Abattoir Azir. So there might be dangers of that on the ball lightning sword. So if you're playing ball lightning sword in hardcore, definitely that you might want to be extra careful. You've had any lag with ball lightning? When there's a lot of things going on the screen, you will, because of how many ticks you're hitting for per second. So you never had any lag? You might want to teach everyone else how you get no lag on ball lightning, because very rarely have I ever heard anyone say that they gotten 0 lag with ball lightning. You gotta share us your secrets, Kevin. What's your secret? D3, the Ratnicker comes to mind. What do you think they should change with the rogue to make it more even with other classes? I mean, right now, nothing. Because like a lot of things that's making other classes strong outside of Barbarian, and Druid, I guess, because Druid is relying on the same mechanic, I guess, is bugs. Really, like you can't balance anything or make anything stronger without fixing bugs first. So you don't. They're not gonna sit there and like be like, okay, well, ball lightning is performing this way. We need to make rogues perform as good as ball lightning. Like, no, you can't. You can't do that per se. I mean, they can do that, but all it means is that they're gonna nerf rogue later, just like they're gonna fix ball lightning. You know what I'm saying? So that there has to be a certain measurement of where they want that balance. And right now, Blizzard has no idea what that is, because they're letting all the bug builds roam around. So there is no metric of what is balanced or what is like the, you know, what kind of power do they really want the players to have, right? What is the metric? What is the, you know, baseline, right? They have no baseline right now because they're not fixing anything. So like, it's hard to be like, well, you know, rogue should be buffed to this amount when there is no standard right now. Right. The only thing that they can do right now is, or you know, later on, is fix the bugs, whatnot. You know, retune overpower, because that's a lot of where, you know, barbs are getting, you know, some ridiculous scaling numbers with, right? And then go from there. But it's hard to know what the other builds are doing because no one's playing them. Because why? When ball lightning is like, you know, one of the best builds in the game. Or like, let's say with rogue at the moment, you know, everything is to boss will, right? So like, how do we truly know what the other builds are performing if no one's playing them? So it's kind of like, so yeah, like this season is basically just you know, like just, you know, how do you put it? I wouldn't say a throwaway season for balance or, you know, for data for Blizzard. It's just literally letting the players abuse whatever they want that they find in the game. But it doesn't help Blizzard's case at all whatsoever. 0. It just makes everyone, it makes the people who enjoy, you know, the stuff that's in the game, just let them enjoy the stuff that's in the game. Because if they try to do any balancing, people are going to be pissed. So. Is that an AK-47 build? I call it my Uzi rapid fire build. It's actually really nice to play with. Getting rid of the GF so you have your own money again. How is it that I ran through your character and you don't see me? Different server, different instances. They cave into all the pressure, or into the pressure of all the haters that like the quick play of D3. I wouldn't even say that. I think they just wanted to be the good guys for once. You know, people tend to get upset when Blizzard fixes bugs or whatever. And partially, I mean, I can understand that because Blizzard would actually fix bugs and not say ahead of time what is bugs. So people's builds either no longer work or, you know, they log in, all of a sudden they're like, you know, considerably weaker without notice. So I can understand people being upset about that, right? About that kind of approach. But I also don't think the opposite, which is do nothing about the bugs at all, so your meta stays the exact same for the entire season, is also the way to go either. But they think, I feel like they believe that the player base would be happier this way, so it's like, oh well, let me be the fun uncle this patch. Right? And it's like, you know, you get a, you know, easy T100, you get an easy T100, you get a super easy Lilith, you get a, you know, like those kind of, like I think they're fine with the players kind of like, you know, showing that they're happy about, you know, being extremely OP, right? They need to buff Hoda. I agree. I feel like it takes too long for the one shot to happen. Like the one shot should happen like midway through the animation, not at the end of the animation. It's like so we can double the efficiency of Hoda. Am I running any Uber uniques? I don't have any. I have no Uber uniques yet. I ran like a little, like roughly around 230, 240 Duriel runs, and not a single usable Uber unique on my road. You're planning on 50 or 100 Duriel runs in the next few days. Sounds like a lot. The benchmark light is likely where Rogue is now and everything else we can. I mean, well, with Rogue, you still have to try a little bit, which I think is probably what they're aiming for. They want you to have to try. But I think the Abattoir Azir is like a band-aid right now because it's going to force every class to have to try, no matter how broken your build is. So I think it's just something else for people to like chew on until season 3 when they actually balance stuff and they actually fix all the bugs. I don't like spending one week to get max level myself. 3 days for sure. Casual 1 week, okay. But usually I log on, grind fast, hard, and get the max level fast. Nothing wrong with that. Hold on, ball lightning being too strong is one thing. I'm just surprised I haven't nerfed to boss wall, as that's like a legit bug versus just too strong. No, ball lightning is actually bug too. Is that Moxie though? Is that like the Moxie? But other than that, I agree with you. Like I didn't play to boss will for a whole 2 weeks when I found out it was bugged. Like I legit didn't even, like even on my BlizzCon stream or whatever, or my stream at BlizzCon, I didn't even use to boss will then. Like I was running temerity for a while to not play around that because I was really thinking it was gonna get fixed, and I reported to boss will. I was the one that actually reported to boss will first to the devs with the clip and the video of exactly what was happening. And then, you know, Woody confirmed with that too as well. And then he kind of followed up on that too. So like we've put, you know, we put the information out there. We're just like, all right, yeah, this needs to get fixed. In fact, Blade Dancer needs to get fixed too. That's still not, you know, fixed. And it's been bugged since launch. And every patch is like, hey, guys, this is still bugged. But yeah, I'm an advocate to fix all bugs, including the ones that, you know, affect the class I play. But I only started using to boss will when they legit said, bring your best ball lightning and T16 combo point. Sorry, your 16 point combo point builds or whatever, you know, into the Abattoir Azir. So you're legit telling me to play a bug build and break it as much as I possibly can. Which is annoying because now everyone expects you to do that now because it's like, well, Blizzard said, and it's like, okay, yeah, they did say it. Your wife got a Doombringer the other day. Nice. But yeah, in terms of Barb though is concerned, like Hoda, like all that's like not bugged. Like that's just overpower being, well, for one, overpower being overtuned, and Overrise Druid is eating off of that too a little bit, but nowhere near like the extent of what Barbs are doing. The Barbs are just legit, just a powerhouse without any bugged interactions, of course. Any thoughts on using rapid fire pin shot for a more well-rounded build? I mean, rapid fire does exactly what pin shot rapid fire does, basically. If you haven't been on my streams a bit, stick around for a bit. Watch me do some T100s. Rapid fire itself has no problems clearing. I could do pin shot rapid fire if I wanted to, but as long as I line things up with rapid fire, I have no problems clearing. Which is what people, I guess, generally have the idea is like, oh, well, rapid fire can't really clear as well. And that kind of used to be true, but when you have 28 arrows shooting, you have repeating and you have shadow imbuement, and also if you went victimized, despite how bad it is right now, victimized is still good with 28 arrows for rapid fire. You have no problems clearing. So I just prefer to do it all on one skill. Despite the fact that I did, you know, and this is with me, you know, testing all of that already, like, you know, having the guide on max roll and everything. So even after messing around with that a bit, I still prefer to just play pure rapid fire. I'm having a hard time understanding why Edge Master is so popular. From my understanding, it is based on available. So if you're down to half energy, you're dealing 10% damage. It's based on when you cast a skill, right? So a lot of times in an in-game build, most of the time you pretty much start with a near full, you know, globe. Like if you watch me play, most of the time my globe is like usually above 75-80%. So it's just free damage. Do you have a new ring yet? The new ring is only just okay on the road. It's good in certain situations, but more often than not, it's not. It's really not worth wearing on a rogue. However, on this rapid fire setup, I can use a ring, and it's actually not bad. But it's just a personal preference that I use it or not. I do it sometimes just to kind of change things up, but there's no other way to get the crazy combo points without Tabalt's. Well, Tabalt's Will gives you, like, so the Tabalt's Will bug is basically this. The max resource on the pants basically gives you more combo points, which is like bugged. It's not supposed to do that. So every point of maximum resources ups the amount of combo points you have. It is a very interesting bug. So without Tabalt's Will, you can't do that. I take off the pants, all of a sudden I'm back to 3 combo points. Put the pants on, I'm at 22 combo points. And what makes this egregious really is the combination dagger, because when it has a 30% chance to proc 3 combo points, it doesn't proc 3 combo points. It procs your entire bar. So if you shoot one shot and you proc the 30% chance, you get 22 combo points. That's what's happening. And unfortunately, that pigeonholes rogues into playing legit one particular way. And that is with, obviously, you know, combination dagger, puncture, Tabalt's Will, combo points, obviously. Like, if you deviate outside of that, you're not hitting for anything. earliest you can effectively play in World Tier 3. It's been a while. It's a little different now, and it depends on the build and the class you're playing. Like, oh yeah, my bad. The chest rotated. I wasn't paying attention. Is it normal when upgrading in vampire powers as random which one you get to upgrade? Yep, that's normal. What class should you play next? Is it almost too good to even be a clickbait inside of a dream? No comment. You're playing a Horda Barb now? Oh, well then you probably could have did World Tier 4 at like level 4 if you had the right gear. No, I'm just kidding. You won't. You wouldn't have all the right gear for that. Like you couldn't wear the right gear at level 4. But if you could, you could. Yeah, World Tier 4 would have been a piece of cake at level 4. Level 3. Okay, yeah, my bad. It's good to know. I said I'll be checking out later. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I stream every day generally, or every night. Has anyone tried using the Uber amulet, which adds 30 resource maximum similar to the boss? It doesn't. So that doesn't work on. Yeah, that resources, whatever, how that's coded is different than how this is coded. So no, you don't get more combo points with that. Trust me, if it did, then of course that amulet would be best in slot. Like, bar none. I mean 30 maximum resource, that would be better than to boss will. So yeah, if it worked, yeah. Although if it did work, that might put, you know, rogues probably slightly underneath Barbarian if that worked. Like, it might push it ahead of Ball Lightning Sword, but it'll still be underneath Barbarian if that worked. Any build uses Andorio? I haven't seen any on the rogue that was worthwhile for Andorios. Shackle is just generally overall like better in every situation. Orgus even just a regular helm. You can technically try to build a complete poison build around it maybe, but I don't know if that's really worth it with the Andorios. And 53 combo points. Imagine, man. With that many combo points, you'll have Flurry one-shotting T100 bosses. Why is Punctured always the generator for every rogue build? Well, especially this season, the reason why it has everything to do with the Tabas Will Pants and Combination Dagger. Without Puncture, you kind of can't really proc the instant 22 combo points or whatever. You could do it with like Invigorating Strike or Blaze Shift, but that makes zero sense on most builds right now because close quarters combat. So like Puncture is basically the mainstay here, and the bow builds can't proc that. It's mainly a patch thing right now. Puncture is also just really good in general. It shoots fast, provides a slow, it provides a vulnerable. But it was only just like, you know, a little better than the other basic skills. Now it's like way better because of the bugs. I had the necklace too as the first thing you check. Did you check it though, Peacha? Or yeah, well you said you said you checked it, yeah. But yeah, like yeah, if that worked though, man, might have to force Blizzard's hand at that point. Might be like, I don't know, you want to leave all the bugs in. Might want to touch this one up. But yeah, to your point though, horror movies on VHS. Nice name. I don't like puncture myself. I actually like force arrow. Force arrow is my favorite basic attack. With the bow, like force arrow with like a regular bow, it's actually my favorite to use. But, and I used it last season. I actually did it with my rapid fire build last season, and I loved it. Unfortunately, it's just no way to make that work right now. Dude, yeah, bro, I love my rapid fire build last season that I had, man. I was so happy with it. I was so hoping to play that way this season a little bit too with some changes, and you know the bugs were like, nope, nope. You thought wrong, good sir. You thought wrong. I was a fan of Blaze Shift, but looking at the season's builds, I'm not sure Rogue's V makes sense. Totally understand. Check back season 3 when we're not, you know, all playing around to boss world and close quarters combat maybe. Why does it seem like your Twitch use more battery than YouTube? Ah, honestly. It's a good question. You've made 3 barbs. Phone gets hotter on Twitch too. That's an interesting observation. I don't know. The thing about it is that I actually wish Twitch had some of the features that YouTube had. Obviously, and you know, I say that because like on like streaming to YouTube, and like, I could have did it the other way. If I would have like streamed to YouTube and then dual stream to Twitch, then I could have actually had my stream on YouTube be at 1440p. At 144 hertz actually. So like the quality of the YouTube stream could be a lot better if I did the other way around with the AV1 encoder, meaning that it'll take less bandwidth as well. So like, yeah. I wish that was a thing that YouTube that Twitch had, but that it doesn't so far. Now I prefer everything else on Twitch, obviously, but that one thing it makes streaming on like if I wanted to like primarily stream on YouTube, that would have been very you know, like considering I had a tech to do it, I would have loved that. The video much better on YouTube, but the chat is much better on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah. I will say, I mean, the fact that we can now dual stream to both platforms is a pretty big W. I just don't have the audience on like YouTube yet to kind of make this like really pop off yet. Like I'm not like big enough for that. So like but I'm gonna keep doing it though. Obviously I think over time, you know, eventually things may happen, you know, etc. But at the moment it's just, you know, free to do it. It's like, oh well, I guess I can do it, so I might as well do it. And I think, you know, months down the road, you know, it'll get a little better. Production. Exploit passive. No, because I have to do armor on it, and there's no movement speed. Discovery is way better on Twitch, yes, and that says a lot because the discovery on Twitch is like really like ass. So, yes. Uh-oh, my little red tent is gone on the Helltide. That's not good. Zyro, can you do me a favor? Can you pin where the chests are? The steel chests are? I missed the rotation last time. Oh, I got a sacred bow? A sacred unique bow from this? That's disgusting. What? Okay. I see the one pin. I think I'll pin it there. I'm gonna just pick up every chest now because I'm gonna have more than enough cinders for everything. For every chest I, come across. Twisting Blades is highest DPS for constant poison and view procs. I mean, technically yes. If Twisting Blades can sit in one spot and just DPS with poison, revved up or whatever, then yes. Like that is technically correct. Here's the other steel chest. Okay. I just like walked into it without actually looking at the thing. Got to boss tonight in the process of regearing your spec into rapid fire build right now. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Would not be cannibalizing one for the other. I will watch the best one for viewing. With YouTube Premium subscription mean no ads? That I don't know. But in terms of cannibalizing one over the other, no, it doesn't. Because there are people who will not watch Twitch. I got a friend actually who's playing the game right now who despises Twitch. But he found out that I was streaming on YouTube and as well, and so he'll watch through YouTube sometimes. But he refuses to open Twitch. And there are a number of people who are like that. And they don't always cross-platform, right? So it's not like all of my viewers who are on Twitch or are also on often on YouTube watching YouTube streams or whatever. So yeah, it doesn't really do anything. In fact, it kind of helps more things. I mean, the thing about it is that even if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever like that, I mean, it's still kind of the same thing. I mean, ads are ads. Streamers can still get paid through ad revenue in that sense. But I know what you mean, but yeah, it doesn't hurt the Twitch audience. In fact, I have more viewers now, I think, than I normally do, and I'm also streaming on Twitch, and I'm also streaming on YouTube. But I have a higher Twitch viewer count than I normally do. I struggle to even find a list of live streaming on YouTube. Yeah. YouTube Premium, I guess, won't have ads, but it's hella more expensive as well as compared to Twitch sub. Or Twitch Turbo, really. Twitch Turbo is actually kind of cheap. Like, it's actually a really good bargain, actually, if you don't want to see ads anywhere. And while the Twitch streamer won't get any credit for any subscriptions, obviously, you know, from you because you got Twitch Turbo per se. The ad revenue from Turbo users still count, even if they're not watching the ads. So there is that. So oftentimes, actually, you know, I would, for those who don't like ads, like I actually would suggest Twitch Turbo. Believe it or not. Do I have it too? Nah, I don't. I like the like when I sub, I like to have all their emotes and stuff. But yeah, like on our like analysis page for, you know, incomes or earnings or whatever like that, we can see the breakdown of, like, you know, the people who, you know, like the ad revenue that comes from just people watching, the ad revenue from people who use Twitch Turbo that would have seen the ad but didn't because they had Twitch Turbo, but it still counted as ad revenue for us. Yeah, we get like a whole breakdown of that. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the chest up there. But yeah, just the ability to be able to dual stream is just very nice. Oh, dude, I didn't mean to get in the horse. There's a lot of YouTube videos. Premium is worth it for you. How much is premium, by the way? YouTube Premium. Do I have it too? No. Oh, I think I already answered that question, actually. It's going up. Time to go get the chest. Are you still doing lunch pizza, or? Why do I dash forward shooting rapid fire? But for one, to cover more ground and to get rid of the animation. I can dash forward, back, side, or whatever like that. But if I'm trying to go ahead, then I'll just dash forward to break the animation, so I'm not stuck in the rapid fire animation. And two, I also get a damage bonus from rapid fire when I dash for like 5 seconds. So those are the 2 reasons why. Or can I get around there? Can I get over there? Oh, too far. I was gonna try a shadow step over. YouTube has gotten very specific later on in the evening. Oh, the hard on pill has come out. I remember watching a very funny Barbarian commercial on YouTube. Yeah, you gotta be careful what you watch on YouTube, right? At that point, in whatever browser that you're using. That's the second unique I got, and they're the second sacred unique I got. My chest. I think in World Tier 4, honestly, that just feels bad. A sacred unique drops. Like, why is that a thing? Jamie, what's going on? Got a meeting coming on in 5 minutes. It's a short one. You just run around. It's okay. Yeah, Sacred really shouldn't drop in World Tier 4. Sacred uniques, period. I don't know why they do. It's already hard enough to find like uniques in the open world that isn't like, you know, boss farming. Yet alone when they drop, they're like sacred, like for real. Or it can be sacred. You have a build. A link for the build I'm doing, yes. It's actually very much what the rapid fire version on Max Roll I did. Difference is I'm doing close quarters combat instead of victimize, so the playstyle's a little different, but the core part of the build is the same. Weird Al, yes. Wait, what? What just happened? Wait, what just happened? Was there not a chest right here? I swore I was trying to get the chest, but there's no rotation, and Hell Tie's not over. What just happened? Can someone clip that? I don't know how far you can go back with it, but I swore I was trying to open the chest. I don't know if I spent my shards or not. I don't know. What? Probably maybe it wasn't a regular chest. I don't know. The small one. Yeah. I don't know if it was if I had a regular chest or a mystery chest or whatever that was there. But I was like, wait a minute, what? It is the 30-minute mark, so I guess that might have been a regular chest that just rotated, but that was weird. Like, all right. What did I change? I mean, all I did was just do close quarters combat instead of victimize. But it does mean that I changed my Paragon board because I'm doing it around crowd control damage versus building around vulnerable. So it is a pretty massive change per se, but it does the same thing. All this is just more single target damage versus whereas victimize is more AOE. So better clearing for sure than this is. But this hits harder. But the playstyle is it's not like ranged. Whereas the one that victimized it's literally legit range. You never have to get close. So it's just two different playstyles, but they accomplish the same thing. Yeah, I was doing the exact same thing with the victimized, pure range version of this. Streamer debuff, yes. Sounds about right. Did I grab this yet? Oh, I guess because it rotated. I didn't. Marley. Switch your crossplay settings. It fixes it every time. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It shouldn't do that anymore. The patch is, the patch that came out should have fixed that issue. But it wasn't the living steel chest that I was getting though. At least I don't think it was. So I don't think it's that. Did I lose a key? Yeah. They fixed that, and they also up the amount of steel that we get per chest. Am I using the cunning stratagem legendary node? No. There's legit no point in doing so with this particular setup this season. Without Tobolt's Will, yes. With Tobolt's Will, no. With the build you're running now being more broken with Shekel. Yeah. I mean, everything gets better. Your defense, the offense. So yeah. Especially the defense, because not only are you getting you're swapping out 20% damage reduction innate with might, which also has 20% damage reduction. So you don't gain anything in there. But what you do gain is, +4 ranks to Dark Shroud as well. And since that's +4 ranks to Dark Shroud, that is more defense. And those +4 ranks is actually pretty huge. November 16th maintenance. How much do you level up the vampire powers? Well, I leveled all of them to max. At least the ones I use to max, except for metamorphosis. Because there's some buggy interactions with a fully leveled metamorphosis power. So. What time is tomorrow's maintenance? No idea. Usually it's early though. Early. this chest over here. How's it building PvP? No idea. I don't play PvP. So, but I would doubt that you would want to take this into PvP. I doubt you would want to take any PvE build into PvP. That's just, it's a whole different thing. I'm running right request code about, are you back to the same barrage and rapid fire pinch shot paragon board and damage to CC instead of vulnerable? Yep. Yep, exactly. 100%. All you're doing is instead of running barrage, you just run rapid fire, but it's the exact same thing. That's what barrage is. I literally designed it that way on the like between the builds or whatnot, like pin shot for rapid fire and also barrage or whatever. A lot of them share like a lot of the same things, so it's very easy to swap things out and just play literally any core skill you want without changing your paragon board, and much of anything except for like an aspect and a skill. But yeah, you can try. I mean, you can try it with just pure rapid fire instead, and see if you like it. If you feel like you're not getting enough AOE, then you can go full blown victimized version with the range, with being completely ranged or whatever. So. Hope they can make PvP match like in Diablo Immortal without the well power. That actually would be pretty cool. That, like, I actually like the system there without the, you know, obviously pay to win stuff. But yes, I actually like how they did the system. There's a goblin somewhere. Got him. Did I miss? There you go. Couldn't Abomination at a barrage attack me while doing so, and barrage one shot at him? What's some other chests I haven't got yet? Let's go up here. The rest of my cinders. I love how these little like chests now can drop living steel. This is such a positive change. Mark uses your guy like the Bob on the night you changed it to under shield. Be confused the next day. It took her about an hour to reconfigure everything. It was very funny. Yeah, my bad. Didn't have the heart to tell her till she was done that you knew what happened. Yeah, sometimes like I mean you never know who's reading, who's following the guy at any particular point. So it's kind of like that's pretty much for my cinders. I think I can grab one more chest somewhere. 75 chests. Come down here. I'm gonna chase the Paragon boy through a full loop. Yeah, that's like one of the toughest things to like think about. Like when you make an update to a guide and like you know whatever you're doing is better. Like you know it's better. Like you just like undoubtedly better, but it means that people have to kind of respect the Paragon board. You feel bad as a guy writing about it because you're just like, man, I bet people are like investing in the old board now, and the moment you change it, you're gonna get questions. And also people asking you, say, hey, can you give me the old board? I was following the old board, etc. Or they ask, is the new board really better? And he's like, yeah. You hate to do it to him, but like it is max roll, so like we wouldn't be max roll if we weren't trying to give you the most, the most efficient option out there for that particular skill or whatnot. So I doubt we'll see much more of that until Abattoir 0 or whatever. So I guess what we're thinking of doing, I'm pretty sure I can say this. I'm sure Rex has probably said it. Wow, y'all. Wow. They're trying to gank me. All right. So I guess I can say this. So like we're going to do like a variation. So like every in-game guide is going to have a variation specifically for Abattoir 0. So like as we play it and stuff like that, just know that there's going to be a section is just for every build guide. It's going to have a section on how to play that build in Abattoir 0. And more than likely there will be Paragon changes for that, obviously. Some builds may not have any Paragon changes at all. Like you might can just run in with your normal bar for most cases and be just fine. And then maybe even if you can't clear something with the barb, it's just getting your unique lift stronger or whatnot, but nothing needs to change or something. Or whereas some builds might need a complete Paragon rework or whatever to do it. So that's kind of where we at with that. I had a friend that literally left from work to come home after Woody changed his Paragon cliff.
The forge is ready for whatever you need. You can still use these.
Shit, what's on this? Alright, we're gonna take a might take a short break and do some Nightmare T100s for a bit before going back to mat farming, because mat farming can get a bit mundane. Only just because it's like there's like no challenge to it, so like it just puts me to sleep if I do it too long. If they weren't such such total pushovers, I might feel different about it. But
There's that.
and everyone's asking if we're doing Greg, but no one asks how how Greg's doing. Probably wants to end his misery, his endless loop of getting killed basically and then resurrected by a dungeon reset. I'm sure he just wants to be put out of his misery at this point. Like if I was him, I'd feel I'd that's kind of horrible, man. Like how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times has he had to be brutally murdered by builds? Like how many hammers to the head has he taken all this time? Or how many times has he been zapped to death? Yeah, man. Greg's been yeah, kind of feel it for him. Sigil powder, 12K. Put my sigil powder in, like, I put my stuff in the thing. I used to love the song when it first came out. I was like, it was like 8 or 9 or whatever like that. Boys and Girls Club. And I got 3 of those. I don't need that. Why do I have that? It's fine. Organize all this. Take all these elixirs I know I'm not going to use anytime soon out the way. That. Don't need that. I'm going to salvage all these others. But actually think I kept a lot of the ones. I think I actually did go through most of these and took away the ones I didn't want to keep. I can't remember if I liked Heathen's Keep or not. Buried Halls. I don't like Buried Halls. This is fine. This is fine. But Deaths, I guess, is fine. Crusaders, because neither of those, I guess, is fine. I guess most of these are fine. Yeah, but we'll do some T100s for just for the LOLs. something else, give you something else for you guys to look at. I'm sure people might, who hasn't seen me play Rapid Fire and T100 might want to know how this goes. Finally getting used to typing again, spelling not so much. You bully Greg about ice spikes. Except pick this up. And the blood. Embrace Shrine.
Need more time.
Happy Turkey Day, everyone. You say it now, since next week you're gonna be visiting the kitchen now. At work. It's like a whole bunch of blizzards in one spot. And that's a And one spot has a chance to pike him, and then the no spot. Hey. I'm gonna kill these guys. Vero could benefit from a black hole. Well, technically they have one. With the new ring. It's a matter of like whether you feel like you need to use it or not. I think I might play with the next next riff. I knew it. Why did I evade him? How are 2 volleys of rapid fire coming out? It should just be 1 because a lot of it's like 28 arrows coming out. But it's just 1. Oh, you mean like splitting? Oh, that's the repeating aspect. The ricochet. It's the only way to really have any AoE on rapid fire, so. Oof. Oh, I didn't even see him. He must have threw something at me. Whoa, that's a what? Why that waypoint? That is a crazy checkpoint. Something like Sork had the Raiment of the Infinite. No, I'm just saying like yeah, but I mean the ring can pull things in. I'll play with the next dungeon. Where's that guy who hit me from the thing? There you go. Yeah, I guess I'll do the event too. Gotta stay on the outside of all these.
Yo,
Krog with the
Darkside,
raid.
we just got
I'm
raided,
gonna have to
son.
TP out.
You know how we do. We pay respects to our fellow streamers, man. I'm gonna need the chat to throw up some
Get
die
the glasses
hype,
here.
die thug like the most, and drop my beat for these new viewers. Dashizi out.
Crocodile
What is
raided
going
my
on,
stream
Krog?
with 15 views.
He said, not gonna lie. You love this. Yeah, it's fun. Walking the board, just honestly, just doing some casual T100s for a little bit, but I'm gonna be back to farming mats for stuff because I still want the Shaco that I do not have. So just taking a break from the mat farming, I guess. And Krog with the sub, appreciate you, man. Alright, rapid fire better than pin shot. Barrage build now the weakest. The thing about Barrage is that, and it's not really Barrage's fault. It's just the way the bug works on Barrage is just really kind of inefficient. Like, so like it doesn't take advantage of the bug as well as the other two core skills do for the bow rogue stuff. So that's kind of like what it is at the moment. Mainly because like the air, like the extra arrows that Barrage gets stays on the outside. So it's like it kind of does this whole like, oh, kind of like shoot until it gets like to like 8 or 9, and then it'll shoot the other like 18 arrows on the outside, like way on the outside. So like those arrows barely ever hit anything, and that's the unfortunate part. Because like if most of those arrows kind of stayed in the center, Barrage would be absolutely dank right now. But because they kind of stay on the outside, it just makes use of it doesn't make as good of use of the bug as the other two. So but yeah, pin shot rapid fire and rapid fire are very good at the moment. I just thought I was gonna switch it up, right? I'll wear the ring. The ring is somewhere in here, right? Ah, here it is. So we'll swap the ring for this. We'll swap the for this. There we go. Then we'll do there we go. Now my buttons are going to be all kind of weird for a bit, so I'm going to have some weird placements and stuff and some things. Like I'm going to like push cold imbuement when I really meant to do shadow imbuement. Push traps when I meant cold imbuement, all that kind of stuff. Oh, the lightning thing. Yeah, I already pushing wrong buttons already.
Need more time.
Ah. Kind of like this. Every time I try this, I go to it and I'm like, hey, why don't I do this more often with this ring? As much as I don't really care for it on the other setups, but on this one, are the skill points when the same using the close quarters combat rapid fire, then from the rapid fire macro guide besides victimize? Yeah, it's all the same. All good, Krog. I appreciate you always, man. Either way. Let's see if I can get in with that. I'm running through. Good. Okay, we're good. There we go. Where'd it go? You're good, Tomes. You're welcome. Hello, streamer. Can you tell me if you have a build for an archer, not a crossbow, and is it possible to only run with the bow without daggers? This season, not really, because all the power is really based around Tobolt's Will and combination dagger, and unfortunately, puncture is really the only way to efficiently do that. So anything that doesn't revolve around daggers or the throwing of daggers is quite a bit weaker by comparison. Like, I know exactly what you mean, and it's the way I played last season with Forceful Arrow with the bow instead of a crossbow. So I totally get it, but it's just not. You're not gonna feel strong if you don't do it. The way that the bug pretty much suggests that you do. Oof. Okay, that was a bad shadow step. I mean, you can do it. I'm not saying you can't do it, or that there is no way to do it. It's just that you're not gonna feel strong right now, relative to what's out there on a rogue. That worked. Okay, that hurt. Whatever that was, that hurt.
I need more time.
Probably just a little too aggressive. Okay.
I need more time.
Where am I at? But that be a cool event. I think that would be fun. Yeah, we gotta. There's a lot coming to season 2 at the moment that I don't even have time to try anything else at the moment. I've been wanting to, but now I'm like, you know, with the abattoirs here coming out, where Maxwell's really been doubling down on kind of what to do with our guides and things and variations when that comes out, and also the winter event thingy. I gotta stop jumping in like that in these really tight close quarters. Okay, that was a bug. 'Cause I was inside that bubble. I was absolutely inside that bubble. There was no way that I wasn't.
I need more time.
I was in it. I was legit inside it. Ain't no way I was not. Yeah, I hate when that happens where it's like you're like right in the outside of it, like right here, the edge of it, and somehow it still hits you. Is it? They really should just get rid of that fix. Lightning thing. It does nothing but make you backtrack. Dude, yeah. Well, so that the first skill is not throw daggers, but shot from a bow, so that the entire build is an archer. Yeah, I know what you mean. I have a build like that from last season. That's exactly what you're describing. It doesn't really exist like this season in terms of anything that's considered strong. But if you want to kind of play it the way, if you want to play a setup that is like that from like last season, I can show you. Cause like I know exactly what you're talking about. Only thing is that you're not going to feel as strong as playing, you know, a puncture setup. Let me see. I'll pull it up. Yeah, that's the closest you're gonna be able to get. You can build that exact same thing in this current season without the hearts, without the malignant hearts. But yeah, you probably won't feel as strong. Well, not probably. You definitely won't feel as strong. I don't know if I like the flooded deaths. Pat, what's going on, man? Do Rogue even have good range AoE build for fast hell ties mostly? I mean, what every build right now uses hemomancy basically. So I mean, you can just run Hemomancy and just one-shot everything in Helltide and make every build AoE. But if you don't want to do that, just run Pinshot. Pinshot is AoE. It's strong AoE.
Need more time. Need more time.
I haven't done Flood of Death in a while. From T4, like level 66, I noticed I wasn't getting a loot or gold from enemies killed. Is that about where? Where were you killing things at? Legion event, yeah, that's because you get all your stuff at the end of the event. That's why you get like 3 chests with a bunch of loot at the end, not during.
Need more time.
I get down. That would have killed me.
Need more time.
Went to World Tier 3 after because I was getting one-shotted or cheap killed. It felt like in the middle of Helltide for some reason. Right when I went back to Hell Tier, I got some sacred stuff. Yeah, but you gotta make sure your resistances and stuff are where they need to be when you're going up to the higher tiers. Resistances become extremely important. how do you increase efficiencies if and resistances in the says how do I increase resistances in an efficient way? Whatever build or whatever you're doing, I would check out a Maxroll guide because we break it down like step by step in terms of what you need for your resistances and why and how. But generally, you want to get 3 single resistances on your boots, then maybe 1 on your chest and 1 on your helmet. And then once you have all those 5, you're gonna need like 1 res on your Paragon board. It gets a little complicated just trying to tell you. That's why I was like saying, like, you know, make sure that you check out a Maxroll guide for whatever it is that you're trying to play, because we have it all written out there. This penetration shot bug still on. They fixed it. That is the build still viable. They're not fixing any bugs this season at all whatsoever. They made that pretty clear. So yep, all the to boss world combo points stuff is still happening. Gotta go way down there. How much do you have to reroll stats? I mean, not really much anymore now because I kind of got most of what I want. I mean, just by playing, I mean, gear drops quite often. So if I get a piece of gear that I have or I want and I can't get the reroll to happen, like something better will drop eventually. You have 100% DR. How much armor do you need for tier 100? 13.3k. So 13,300 is what you is the armor cap for T100. I guess World Boss is gonna happen soon. World Boss and Legion are happening at the same time. Interesting. Production. I can always use a different chest here. So I can do something different with my helm. A little bit something different with my helm. But like if I can add max life here somewhere and then take out the cooldown or the basic attack or something for a resistance, I can gain just a little bit more life. Be the optimal way of doing it, but it hasn't rolled out for me yet. Let's get that. Appreciate the follow. So I guess we'll chill until an event. The World Boss thing happens somewhere. Is it here? Oh, there we go. Go ahead and go. Am I using 4 or 5 glyphs? 5 glyphs. 5 glyphs are in all of my Maxroll guides. I made a bar just because of the hammer skins I got from watching history. Nice. What's up with trading on the game? How does that work?
I can't do that here.
You can trade pretty much everything except for legendaries and uniques. It's about as simple as that. Which is actually not fine, not bad, because I mean, yeah, the yellows are pretty much the best items in the game outside of like the unique that you really need. So yeah, you can trade gold, mats, you know, top level yellow gear, rare gear. I mean. Not letting me actually inspect any. Oh, there it is. Inspect scorpion. Oh, he's doing talisman, really? Okay. And twisted. Why is he running wind force with twisting blades? Merity. That's interesting. The wind force is interesting part of that. I was wondering, I'm like, he has a bow and he's twisting blades, obviously. Yeah, that max throw set is great. Yeah. We spent a lot of time on that. Make sure it's really nice for y'all. I don't have the whatchamacallit to even do it. To even do the thing. That's okay. To try things on your own, but that's that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it just makes it easier. I mean, even if you like, let's say you see a guide or a core skill or something like that that's on actual that's similar to what you're doing, you can kind of just skim through it and kind of see what are the things you may absolutely need to make sure you don't get one-shotted or whatnot. But you can still like take like inspiration from it and then kind of be like, well, I like this, but I don't like this. This seems cool, but this not really, kind of thing. Kill him out with a get the sub. Appreciate you. I'll tie us up soon. It's a bad shadow step. These guys are so elusive. Alright. You know what I'm gonna try? I'm gonna try to keep all the skills I have. I'm gonna keep trap, but I don't. I'm gonna get rid of ring. See if I can just if manually like gathering with the traps or whatnot would be worth.
Okay then, guess it's my turn.
And Pat with the gift of sub. Appreciate you, man. Let's see. Do this and then bring back this. That one's crit damage. This one's okay. This one's the right one. And then we'll keep the trap in there. You feel like you owe me a steak, bro? That's not. It's not your fault. It is not your fault. It is okay. Story time. All right. So, anyhow, I went to BlizzCon, and Kill 'Em All lives like not too far from the Anaheim Convention Center. So he told me, he's like, I'm gonna take you out to lunch or whatever. To Cheesecake Factory. So a couple of us went. It was actually supposed to just be me and Dreadsight and Ethos, Kill 'Em All, whatever like that. That's kind of it. And then when we were about to go, someone is like, hey, I wanna come. I'm gonna join. So I tell Kill 'Em All like, hey, is it okay if so and so comes? And they're just like, yeah. And then as we were leaving, Macro's like, or not Macro, Woody Joe's like, hey, I'm hungry. I wanna come. I'm like, okay. I guess you can come too. So it ended up being going from like 3 of us joining to like 12 of us coming to Cheesecake Factory, right? And so anyways, I ordered a medium steak, a medium ribeye, what I had. It came out well done. And like it was like well done, like not like a medium well-ish type thing. It was well done. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna eat this kind of thing. So of course I get it sent back. They recook it, right? They redo it, and it came out well done again, twice. So the recook came out the same way as as the original. So I was just like, you know what? Don't worry about it, man. Like just everyone's done eating already. Don't worry about it. I'll just eat the mashed potatoes and green beans. And just be done with it. So the server felt really bad though. Like it wasn't his fault. Obviously it wasn't his fault. But yeah, I didn't get a chance to actually eat a steak there at the Cheesecake Factory. And I think Kill 'Em All kind of felt a little bad too about it, because it's like, you didn't get your steak, and I'm like, bro, it's okay. It's not your fault. It's obviously the kitchen's twice. So we're gonna. Yeah, but they did take the steak off with that. But Kill 'Em All paid for my meal as well as Dreadsight's meal. It was a little bit frustrating though, because I was hungry and I really wanted a steak, but man, I couldn't be, Okay. I did not see the throat slitter. That hurt. They definitely got the ambush on me. Correct. Yes. Okay, going this way. What's my favorite type of enemy to fight? That's actually a very good question. I don't know, honestly. I find them all a little annoying in some way, which I guess is good game design if the enemies are if all the enemy types are pretty bothersome in some way. Then that means Blizzard kind of did their job, I guess. Oh, almost died there. Hate the porcupine. Oh yeah, I hate those. I do hate those. Anything like most range stuff I can't stand in this game. Especially the ghosts. And of course the corpse bow. All these things are so spread out. I wish these guys weren't like so spread out. That's a really good shot there. So was that one. Yeah, 3 shots cleared that entire area. Nice. Ooh, I misclicked like 3 or 4 times. Love dense mobs. I'm gonna go back to a smoke grenade. I totally keep misclicking with the different setup. I gotta like get the muscle memory. Whoa. I was trying to get away. I couldn't even see what happened. I think the knight did the slam thing, didn't he? Alright, let me pay attention. Trying to get the... There we go. I was blind. I couldn't shoot. Alright, this is bad. This is a bad combination. I got suppressor. I can't see because of where he is. And whatchamacallit can disable my skills. Oof, I freeze him mid attack. Run. Alright, leaving. Enemies in Caldium are dope. You like those? The demons, I think, is what they are. In Caldium. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to smoke grenade for a bit. Are you guys that picky about your meat? I mean, the difference between a medium steak and the well done steak, it completely changes the texture and taste of the steak. Like it is way. I mean, it is much different. Have I seen the movie Waiting? Yes, I have. I work in the I worked in the restaurant for like 15 years as well as a server, so a lot of the stuff was really relatable. Now, of course, they don't do. It's not nearly as well disgusting in terms of like the stuff that like the whole thought behind the stuff that's happening or like that, like the mentalities there for sure. People want to kind of do that, but people don't like the kitchen staff don't actually do that. There's usually cameras, you know, and ain't no way you can get away with anything like that. But it was funny though. No, it's not. That's not how. I mean, it's a movie. It's definitely for entertainment. They had to. But it increases the entertainment value of it. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. That's what people want to do to you. You're like, if you're annoying, if you're just like really, really annoying, it's not about sending your food back. Sending your food back is one thing, because it's like, if they're wrong, that's one thing. But if they're just being like really, really finicky or something, then yeah, I mean, that's the thought. People think that, but no one's gonna actually like do that. Yeah, but that way, when that movie came out, people were very, you know, weary. I'm like, it's a movie. It's for entertainment value. They had to like stretch what happens there, otherwise the movie would be boring. How boring would it be if you just show just the average life of someone working in the restaurant? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who's gonna watch that? They had to over exaggerate things. In the kitchen with Dan Cook. That's probably pretty wild. Sure. Scorpion. I'm looking at your weapon now. That's very good, actually. Yeah. Are you trying to put the elements on there for flurry? Oh, you mean Dex or core skill for flurry? Probably Dex. I mean, either or is fine. Wait, what? Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, the mini map looked like there was nothing left. See on the side, if I go back to Edge Master on the two-hander. What's your resource like? Like, are you staying near max resource or? lot going on there. Only issue the bosses, but can still pretty much go back to mass resources because the boss will. Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of a personal choice then at that point. Yeah, I'd probably still say edge masters, but I mean there is a close call between that and like elements. I think I'm gonna play some Flurry tomorrow. I'll build for Flurry tomorrow. Triple imbue Flurry. Most of the gear is roughly the same, so I don't have much to really like change out or switch out to. Paragon board, I have to change. I have to get trick attacks or trick tricks of the trade in there instead of cunning, but that's about it really. Oof. I got pulled into the Lance. You think I got 2K? Oh, Butcher was at the edge of there. Where you going? Butcher was running. Yeah, the Butcher tried to run. Tried to run. Yeah. That thing he doesn't get beat. I mean, I don't know what he was trying to do, honestly. I see that sometimes, but I don't know if he's trying to run or he just dashed the wrong way or something, and it makes him appear like he's running, but. He totally looked like he was running away from me. Bug? I don't know. I mean, I would find that as a tactical decision. If you're getting beat up, I mean, isn't the instinct to run? Right? I mean, naturally, that's what you want to do. So that actually adds to the realism, if anything. It is so much different though, like fighting a butcher with, you know, to boss will combination and doing it without it. It's so different. Clevo, what's going on? Outside in 5 minutes, it looks like. The bug where the enemies just like 5x to nah, I don't maybe I probably haven't noticed it though. Order some Indian food. Popped in and have a look at what I'm about to. Yeah. Just some T100s for a little bit. I was doing a lot of mat farming, so I was like, you know what, let me switch it up and do something a little different. Probably do one more 100 before I do Helltide. No, Helltide's coming up soon. I haven't done this one in a while, this dungeon in a while. I'm gonna repair my armor? Nah. I don't have a need to. There's not a little like indicator telling me that I'm, you know, this aspect development is important for this build. I wouldn't say it's important. It's definitely a nice to have. The burst damage from that you get from it is really nice, but it's not a must. If you can afford to put it in, then yes, you will want to. Are you having a hard time fitting it in your build, or? What do you have? What do you have right now? Oh, because you have Shaka. Okay, yeah. So in that case, you get rid of corruption. Get rid of corruption. Keep elements. I almost never get this key for some reason. Like the sigil, I almost never get it. Oof. Still alive. I'm not getting the proc. That's what's going on. What's besetting my shadow beaming so fast? Hectic, vampiric power. Every 5 basic skills you cast, one of your active cooldowns is reduced by 2 seconds. It doesn't always pick Shadow Imbue, but it picks a random one. So it just depends.
The old Zakharun church is supposed to be empty, but I heard them storming. Come to me, splitting open my dreams. Call them the mob. I must release them. This holy place reeks.
I'm already done.
There's no escape. It's hard to think when the ringing of those damn bells fills my head.
Grabbing the metamorphosis. I'm doing a close quarters combat version of this setup. So with that, I'm using Shadow Step instead to prop the close quarters combat, and because of that, I don't need metamorphosis to become unstoppable to get the bonus. It's still the same, like it still plays the same, or it still has the same like underlying parts of the build. Wait, why did... To like no damage. He should have been 2-shotted. Okay. Yeah, I switch it up every now and then sometimes. I'll play the victimized variation. I'll play the victimized when I have on max roll to kind of stay back and get more AoE. Sometimes I'll just want to go more single target damage for close quarters combat, and that's what I did here. Do I try to stick to melee monster dungeons? Honestly, it's more so the mob type I try to find that I don't like. Like, I don't like snakes. I try to stay away from snakes. Spiders are okay. Like, they're easy to kill, but they can be really annoying for like the amount of poison they can stack on you. I kind of just pick dungeons based on mob type and also layout. Like, there's some things layout that I just don't like at all. Keep it at 1. Keep your metamorphosis at 1. Metamorphosis at 3, at level 3, maxed out, it kind of gives some weird bugs with certain interactions. So you don't want to have a level 3 metamorphosis. Oh, this is the big one. This is the big Helltide. The Masters at what is this game? Action RPG? Oh, well, never mind. It's on the hour, so it's only 3 chests. Oh, well. Still good, though. See, Nightmare Dungeons are so much better than GRs. Honestly, I still kind of prefer the GRs, even though things are better. Like, they've done a better job with Nightmare Dungeons. I still actually kind of prefer the GRs. But I hate Nightmare Dungeons less than I used to because we're not stuck having to do them the entire time to level up or to get good gear or whatever like that. There are other things to do now, so I feel mostly all right with that. Okay, it's time to... Matt, what's going on, man? Is this particular build planner shared anywhere? It's on the Max Roll website. So it's pretty much my rapid fire guide on Max Roll. I'm playing close quarters combat instead of victimized, but the idea behind the setup, like the skills and all that, is practically the same. And there's a video showcasing it too as well, like the victimized version, where you don't have to get close at all. You can just stay back and shoot. Okay, guess that was quick. What to adjust for the rapid fire build for node to bots? I mean, you'll play it the same way. You just won't get the insane damage bonus. You also need combination dagger. Do you have that too, Joshy? A modernized gauntlet. I love Gauntlet Legends. I'm gonna just shoot, just puncture. I'm standing here, nothing else. Just can't see the drop if we have values. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's basically off of Duriel. You just gotta keep Duriel a bit. It's not an uncommon pair of pants off of Duriel. So like I'd say maybe in about 20 runs at the most you should have it. But yeah. Yeah, all the combo point rogue builds really shine with the pants. For pushing Abattoir Zero, you think level 21 glisten is important? I think everything is important. You want to max out your character as much as you possibly can. Whatever build you're planning on using and inside there. like the whole idea of Abattoir Azir is to give us an in-game activity for when you're already 100. So it's activity to do with all of the geared out stuff that you have. So min-maxing your character is like the reason for doing Abattoir Azir. Like it gives you something to do with your maxed out character. Like it's not like a new farm mode or anything like that. It's specifically for challenge. You can only upgrade lists by completing Nightmare Dungeons, yes. Your luck hasn't been good on that. Oh, the crossplay thing. Oh. Guess we'll go up here for funsies. Josh, appreciate it. Appreciate the follow. Yeah. I was debating whether I was gonna come over here or not. This is the final chest. I'm right into the first chest. So that works. Heat, what's happening, man? Shouldn't have work making his money. You work night shifts, or I guess where are you in the world? How's it going? Mostly kind of normal. I was doing some Varshan stuff earlier. I might do some Gregory later. Depends on how I'm feeling after this Helltide. Night shift, you're in Oregon. Okay, so it's like 11, 16 for you. Where the mobs at? I'm trying to stay around so I can get this chest. This area is always kind of empty, except for that one event in the middle. Tell me I'm exiting Helltide, really? I'm not. I'm nowhere close to it. You're in New York. That's where I'm from initially. West Coast, Washington State. Alaska, wasn't Oregon. A few weeks back. Let's see. too. So that's good. I'm saving all of those for Zir, all my iron elixirs. I'll do the heavy one, but not the 900 one. Like T100s or whatever. Got D4 for the Xbox first, then see me playing on PC. And was like, I gotta get on PC. Yeah, but I mean, it's really not like bad on consoles. I think they actually did a pretty decent job, a pretty good job for that. But just anything PC related is gonna almost always be better unless the port is garbage. Splatoon close to max out. It's pretty close. I mean, I don't have like max stats on all pieces of my gear, but I have all the stats that I want for the most part. So, and for me, that's mainly good enough. There are some things I can get better, but it's like, I'm not gonna stress myself for that. But yeah, I mean, mostly everything I got is what I want stats wise. Mostly. Yeah. But the only thing I would, if I could make a change somewhere, well, not anymore. I think I can't do that anymore now. But if I get a shackle, I'm gonna have to go back to this particular chest. But until then, I would have liked to have like max life instead of one of the resistances, and then put one of the resistance here instead of like basic skill attack speed or something. Like very little like stuff, but a playlist this is mine. It's like my personal one. You can do exclamation mark playlist if you wanna see it on Spotify. Yeah, Spotify and Amazon Music. Yeah, it's a good another call. Thanks for the intermittent talks, sir. Yeah, man, no problem. You have a good one. The real Don. Appreciate the follow. Why'd I come over here for? That's some density. Bro, man, caught some of the vids on YouTube. Some of the guys on Max Show, good stuff. Thanks, man. trying to keep it trying to keep it going, but it can be a bit tough since this is not my I mean, I'm not a full-time like content creator. I have a full-time job outside of this. So trying to make the videos and also stream and stuff like that, and also do work from Metro can be a bit challenging to try to juggle it all. So hope the job I am doing, or at least the things I am trying to do and for the content stuff, is pretty good. I'm enjoying it. I mean, mostly, yeah. I mean, there is times where like I kind of like, I guess YouTube videos is one of those things where like I like the idea of making one, or like making them or whatever, but like the idea of like feeling like there's little to no growth from certain videos or like that can like demotivate you quite a bit. And when you're not a full-time content creator, you can't just ignore it and be like, oh, I'll just make another video since that video didn't do well, and just keep putting out content, kind of seeing what sticks or whatever. Like, I don't have the time to do that, if that makes sense. Like, if you're trying to make a good video with a a nice thumbnail and all stuff like that, like all that takes time. So it's like, if it doesn't do well, it's like, well, that was my entire free time I had, right? And it's like, man, I could have did anything else at the time. So I guess just trying to stay motivated to keep on with the grind on that end when things don't always look up. What's my career? Am I asking? I'm a teacher. I teach music at high school. Very helpful content for sure. Thanks, man. But yeah, all the little things like that like definitely helps, because it's like you never know, because sometimes you're just like, man, maybe I shouldn't have made that video. Now this whole YouTube algorithm is gonna like go down the toilet or whatever. And then I hear guys like you guys come in the stream and it's like, hey, that was a really good video, thanks. And I'm just like, appreciate it. You know what I mean? It's like you never know what you're reaching, just like the teacher, whereas like you'll have your days where it's like, you're doing what you're doing and you might not have the whole class's like approval or something. It's very rare that I do, because it's music and it's a little easier to kind of get them like involved. But then you reach like a couple of students you need, and then you're just like, man, that was actually pretty cool. YouTube is weird. It is. It's a weird thing. But it's like I gotta stop like looking at like if I do them, I gotta stop like looking at like analytics and whatever, and just put it out there and like don't look at it. But then you also gotta reply to the comments in the videos. So like by doing so, how your video is doing, because you're looking in the comments, right? So I don't know. It can be a bit tough. I'm getting used to trying to juggle it all, but yeah. Do my students play Diablo? A few of them do. Not like on a serious note, but some of them do. Like they know I do content or whatnot. Like they found me. It really wasn't that hard. I have 3 different Diablo videos on the main Diablo channel, for like the official Diablo channel for Blizzard. So it's like, if any of them are into Diablo at all, they would have seen that video and they're like, hey, I recognize that guy. But yeah, which is exactly what happened. If I check out the Sleeping soundtrack Blizzard just published for Diablo, it's actually pretty good. Not the most recent one though. But the Diablo lo-fi stuff is actually pretty good. I see people restart channels 3-5 times before the algorithm decides to throw them a bomb. All we know is that she's not teaching the kids. I mean, maybe. I talk about all kinds of things with my students though. Like anime seems to be a pretty big topic amongst my current group of kids. So we talk about a lot of anime because I'm also also into anime. But generally they don't really give me a hard time. I always tell them, I was like, as long as we get through what we gotta get through for the day, we can relax and do and talk about whatever. Tinkerbell. It's Tinkerbell. Go. Oh, she left. You dismiss your students. What is the bell? I mean, it's still the bell does. Like I can't really let them go early. It's just a policy thing. But I can kind of choose how long I want a lesson to go. As long as I'm abiding by the curriculum that the state sets, which is very interesting for music because, of course, the Board of Education knows nothing about music at all. So, like, we kind of can get away with doing more things than most of my colleagues can, who teach the, what we would call the main classes. I gotta get the water. I just want to do the quest. Stronghold discovered. Quest complete. Wanna get... Here's the other in the chest. Wasn't even looking for it. I teach vocals or instrumentals. Instrumental. You do not want me teaching vocals. I'm not bad at it by any means. Just, well, okay, I'm lying. I am pretty bad at it. Like I know, like it's one of those things where you just naturally have it or you don't when it comes to vocals. For the most part, you can make someone who already has a little bit of talent or already has like a natural talent for it go far, but individuals that's just their vocal cords are just not, they're just some people you just can't help, and it's more of just a biological thing. So Rax, he's not unhappy with this road that he just lacked the gear. Rogue is very button mash heavy. I don't say button mash heavy, but requires a lot of buttons and requires a lot of like setup offensive buffs and stuff to even just get started. He just got his Condemnation Dagger, which was a very big thing that he hasn't had, which means he was missing a lot of damage. But oftentimes I think too as well, I don't think, but like he wasn't really proccing his close quarters combat, which is legit. Like this thing right here, like this is your build. Well, a major part of your build. This is 150%, damage, like a 150% multiplier. Like this is massive. And you have to be aggressive to proc it. And the way that you have to do it feels a little awkward on a rogue. So if you don't really normally play rogue, you're not going to initially get it, which is exactly what was happening with Rax. So when I was watching him earlier, he really wasn't proccing close quarters combat. So he was losing a ton of damage for not doing so. And two, you also gotta like spend some more time like shooting your punctures or whatever, to really make sure you fill up your combo point gauge. So you really want to try to proc the 30%. If you notice, sometimes I do shoot more than 3 or whatever, punctures or whatever. And that's just because I want to make sure I get that gauge full. So therefore, I am shooting with 28 arrows instead of 8 arrows. So there's a lot that kind of goes into it that I think he may not have been aware of. to really get the damage output. Now, of course, even if you do that, you're not going to have the output of a ball lightning or a barb, obviously. You're just not. But I do think he could have gotten quite a bit more out of what he was doing. If he was more familiar with like the rotations and stuff like that, which is necessary. But again, playing around close quarters combat is very awkward. And you have to know like how to play around the rotations to truly get it. So I think that's just kind of what it is right now with Rax's rogue. Because he even asked me, he's like, am I doing something wrong? He's like, my rogue feels like he's not doing anything at all. And so I told him, I was upfront with him. I was like, yeah, you're not procking your close quarters combat thing enough. And a lot of times he's not like filling up his combo point things. He might shoot like one puncture and then penetrating shot, or 2 punctures and then penetrating shot. Like when you don't actively try to fill this up, there's a tremendous difference in your damage. Outside of that, though, I mean, the two boss world combination stuff is pretty strong. It's just not going to be on the level of like obviously ball lightning or a barbarian by any means. You're just not going to get close to that. But when we have the tier list and stuff like that is going, it's hard to look at, like, let's say those 2 builds and then put everything else in A tier because they're not ball lightning or barbarian or Hoda, right? Like the criteria is more so of like, can you annihilate content with the build? And if the answer is yes, like you don't struggle at all, like everything just falls over, with said build in T100, then pen shot, rapid fire, and rapid fire by itself, and twisted blades, of course, fits the bill. Is it gonna do it as like pretty as like barbarian will, or as easy as, let's say, a ball lightning will? No, but it can. See what I'm saying? So like that's kind of the thing. Does that make sense? But if we're just basing it on, is it as strong as, like, let's say ball lightning or Hoda, then no, it's not that. But can it clear T100, effortlessly like those 2? Yes, but T100 it's not a high bar. You know what I mean? A lot of builds can do that. You enjoy the poison version of TB? Yes. Yeah, but triple distance, to be honest with you, man, the thing I didn't like, and it has nothing to do with Rax at all. This is like just some people on the stream. The thing I don't like is the fact that, like, let's say Rax is leveling up a build or whatever, right? Like he doesn't have all of his stats yet. He obviously doesn't have everything. His glyphs aren't maxed out or not even close to you or whatnot. And like, people tend to have an opinion on that particular build or spec based off of someone leveling the spec that hasn't, gotten everything yet. And so you kind of get the comments as like, oh, this build isn't worth it. This build doesn't work at all. Why was this written? This looks awful. It's like, bro, he's level 84 without, he made it all the way to level 84 without the combination dagger, which is a huge part of making the build actually work. But then you kind of get a lot of those comments, and then you're just like, well, you can totally watch the author of the build play the build with all the correct gear before making the actual statement, right? It's like, hey, the author of the build also streams too. Just saying. So if you want to see the build in action with everything together at level 100, which obviously Rax is not there yet, it's super easy to do. Just literally click on the stream and or watch the VOD if the stream is too late for you, right? Like obviously the VODs are there. But it's like super annoying to kind of hear that, and you're just like, bro, it's fine. I mean, you guys come in here and like you see me do, you know, fly through these whatevers all the time. Like it's nothing, but like they don't see that because they don't, you know, they don't, most of them generally may not venture outside of like their normal streamers, right? So like they don't know. All they know is like what they see Rax do or what they might see Woody do if they're not watching Rax, etc. I think I had the same comment. I think, what was it? I was in Woody's stream the other day. And some guy was trying to explain to me why rapid fire, even though like a rapid fire build didn't really come out with to boss will until after we did the tier list, and I was the one that put it in B tier without the to boss bug. And then PB was like, why isn't, you know, rapid fire in like, you know, S tier or low S tier or like that? You know, you can do the same thing with that as you can do with pin shot. And then somebody comes out was like, no, that's not the case. It belongs in, you know, B tier, trust me. And I was like, well, what makes you so sure of that? And he's like, well, you know, because you can do X, Y, Z, you can't clear a rapid fire. I'm like, yeah, you can. And I was like, yeah, I mean, as long as you position pretty well, you know, you can clear a rapid fire as well. And it's like, well, that's what makes pin shot rapid fire much better because you don't have to position. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? You're trying to tell me with pin shot you don't have to position? Isn't the whole point of pin shot is to line things up, which is exactly what you have to do with even just regular rapid fire? It's the same exact thing. And dude was just not having it. Dude was just kind of just like, no, well, it's positioning is more important if you're just doing rapid fire. But no, it's not. It's the same exact thing. It's the exact same thing. He was trying to justify why one is in the tier, and I'm the one that put it in that tier, so I know what it can do. I put it in B tier because we did this, like we initially had the tier list done without the to boss will. So everything involving to boss will hasn't necessarily been updated yet. So rapid fire is one of them. So it's kind of like, it's like, bro, I would know. Of all the people in this channel, you know, I would know. I'm in the meetings. I get to, you know, help make the decisions on those kind of things. Like, and I play it a lot. But he was not having it though. Appreciate the follow. But I'm aware that like my name is not like, I'm not a, you know, big name. I'm not a recognizable name like that yet. So it's much easier to kind of dismiss what I'm saying. But it's just, it gets, and like I get that. Like I understand it. But it does get a little annoying sometimes. I'm just like, man, bruh. If you just watched a single stream, just tune in. A stream, a VOD. That's all you gotta do. Anyways, to finish your question, there's only one guy. There's like a couple of them every time I'm in the streams, which is why I'm about to just literally just stop like looking and reading in the chat, because it's been getting more and more like that lately. I'm just like, I'm really just trying to enjoy the stream. There's another one too. I have one more actually, one more story. There's a same thing about, you know, Rax's, you know, pin shot rapid fire thing that he was doing, right? Again, remember, Rax is level 84, doesn't have all the right gear yet, and all that stuff like that. Not proccing close quarters combat. Some guy was now Woody Joe plays pin shot rapid fire as well, but he does physical, right? Which is a preference. Physical is more mobility. It doesn't hit as hard, but it is definitely more like mobility, and then you can also add smoke grenade in there for, like, you know, for extra safety and a little bit more damage. for certain situations, right? So he plays it pure mostly physical, whereas I have it imbuements on max roll, which is legit the same thing. Either you play it with imbuements for the elemental damage, or you play it physical without the imbuements, but it does the exact same thing. Legit the exact same thing, playstyle and all. And I swear this dude was not having it today either. He was saying no, that the physical version is like way better, it's way different. I'm like, it's not different. Literally, it's imbuements and no imbuements. Playstyle, everything, the stats you get, the aspects you go for, it's all identical. It's just that, you know, there's a preference, a physical preference, and then there's an elemental preference, and that is it. He's like, well, I tried both, and the physical was like way better. I'm like, that's not even possible. Like, there's not. I mean, it's the same thing. But yeah. Anyhow, that's my rant of the evening. So there's that always that, you know, multiple guys, not that one guy. You came in after all that retire. What's up, man? How lucky is it to get a shackle now? I mean, I still don't have one, but most people I know have them. So apparently I'm just bad. I'm bad at the game. Why do I not run disobedience on pin shot rapid fire? What we needed for Abattoir Zero. Well, for Abattoir Zero, yeah, but we don't have the content yet. So I'm not gonna put disobedience in the guide for something that we don't have access to yet. Now, when Abattoir Zero comes out, every guide on Maxwell will have the Abattoir Zero version, like a variation, in which then at that point all of my Maxwell guys will have disobedience on it. But right now, I don't have disobedience on it right now because you can reach cap in T100 without disobedience. That's why. So this disobedience gives you 0 benefits at all whatsoever in the current content. Macro got one today. Nice. The launch got an 86 and quit after the big patch nurse, but tried to seek a week ago. It's almost the same level, having more fun. Yeah, they did a lot just then. You can do some Duriel runs with me Sunday. Yeah, sure, that's fine. Nice, we got the chest. Yeah, there's just no room for it. That's kind of how I feel about a lot of aspects right now. There are some neat, like, utility aspects that I kind of like, but trying to fit them everywhere at the moment is just kind of rough. was a highlight for me when I went to Blizzard headquarters, BlizzCon. So I didn't get a chance to go to Blizzard headquarters. Only very select few did. Riker, Rudy Joe, and Macro did. So the rest of us did not get that tour. But BlizzCon itself, highlight. I don't know if I can actually say there's one highlight. I think like just the whole thing, period. Just being there in general. Maybe I could say probably streaming on the show floor. This could be considered the highlight. Just because of, you know, insane opportunity to do that. So with Shackle, do I put disobedience on your amulet since I don't get the total armor on helmet? Yes. So I'm gonna like make some more adjustments on the guide for those who now have shackles. Basically, what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to move the aspect of elements that's on the amulet. You want to move that in the place of corruption. So you want to get rid of corruption, place the aspect of elements where corruption was, and then put disobedience on your amulet. That's how you make up the armor. And that's going to also set you up for Abattoir Azir because you're going to have the disobedience anyways. Right now, you don't need it at all whatsoever. But later on, you're going to need the disobedience anyways. So that will set you up to get ready for that. So is that a one hand or two hand heavy chest? Now it's time just to get all the other chests. Figure you could try to stagger faster for the CC. Damage stacking. Skyboat, what's going on? Is 5 still the max we get from chest now? Technically you can get 10 if it rolled well enough for that. Not roll, sorry, but if you get like there's a chance that 10 can pop out, but generally it's 5. And then now you can get steel from every chest. So you can get 1 steel from every chest in the Helltide. So now you want to go around and grab the cheap chest after you finish getting your main chest. Is element better than corruption? 1-to-1, yes. The downtime elements made it hard. It's like convention developments in Diablo 3. I don't know if you ever played Diablo 3 and used that ring, convention developments. It's kind of the same thing, same concept. It's burst damage. And so the overall value of elements is better than the value that corruption is going to give you. Appreciate the sub, 2-month streak. Appreciate you, man. Which boss drops combination? Beast of the Ice, and there's another one. Varshan, there you go. Varshan. You farm Varshan a lot anyway, so that's a good thing. What glyph would I lose for the new glyph? Ranger. I would drop Ranger for the unique glyph. Ranger gives the least amount of value overall, in my opinion, versus the others. Especially since you're not even getting the 10% damage reduction all the time. You're only getting it every time you shoot your core skill. A lot of times we're using the daggers for the, combo points. So I think that's an easy choice right there to give up. But yeah, I would drop the Ranger glyph on all of the bow builds for that new unique glyph. Barrage, pin shot, and rapid fire. Am I gonna follow the masters on ball lightning sword? Nope. I'm gonna do. I was planning on doing frozen orb. Ball lightning is just not. It's not my playstyle. It's not really about how strong it is. It's more so of when I envision playing sword, I don't think ball lightning in my head. So I won't be doing that. New glyphs, are they coming from the abattoir? Yeah, well they're coming with that new content. Yes, the new glyph. It's only one new glyph. It's a unique glyph, and it's one that is gonna be a very grindy glyph to get max level. Woody predicts that no one is gonna be able to actually max out the glyph before the season ends. Like that's how grindy it is. Like in terms of like the scaling and whatnot. So it's meant for it's meant to give us something to do for the rest of the season, basically. Yeah, Blizzard is fun. I thought about it. There's just something about Frozen Orb that I just like about it. I actually like the skill ceiling, I guess is probably the best way to put it, of having to aim it perfectly and to get the most out of your damage and stuff. And they also buffed it a little bit this season. So I played it last season, a little bit. So I know what I'm getting myself into, and I enjoyed it then. I might finish it off this season. Get a lot more glyph XP though. Did he beat LZ to know how much it is at lower levels? From what Macro and Woody did in terms of like when they were playing and they tried to level the glyph a little bit as they were playing. You can just kind of mathematically just do the calculations for how much it's going to take. Obviously they're not going to tell us exactly what it is because that's information that they can't say, but they can kind of give a general idea of it's a lot. The scaling is way different than like typical glyphs. And usually when Macro and Woody are saying the same thing, and they both were pretty, strenuous with the testing, more so Macro than anything else. I'm inclined to believe what they're saying on that. Anyhow, the thing is that we weren't meant to go, I guess, like the way that it's actually like designed, is that level 25 is probably not meant to be reachable. It's supposed to be, I'll put it this way, it's supposed to be like the older kind of like greater rifts type, like, you know, early D3 greater rifts where like you know GR 150 was the max, but no one was getting anywhere close to that kind of thing. That's kind of what this is kind of seeming like. Riptide, they're basing it on when they completed AOZ. Like whatever level they completed, like the levels that they completed AOZ, they took that glyph experience. Is what I'm saying. So they have the values from, you know, looking at the different levels they completed to be like, oh, the scaling is like this. No, well, beating it is like beating 20. Like, are you saying beating level 25, like beating the whole thing? Or are you saying that they beat like one like tier of it? Like, yeah, I mean, a few of them beat the lower tiers, yes. Yes. I mean, like tier 1 is like really easy, but it's scale, like I was tier 1 is easy if you have an in-game character, and then it scales like exponentially from there. So you want cold balls, not shocking balls? Well, I said glyphs already feel grindy, although I could level a tier into 100 rather than level glyphs from 10 to 21. Well, yeah, I mean, but this is, I mean, the thing is that this whole like Abattoir Azir thing is like, and the unique glyph is meant for like the blasters, the players who want to play a lot, the players who want to push, who want to like min max and like push whatever they have to the limits. It's not really meant for, like, you know how everything in this season right now, like everything in season 2, the way that it was designed and brought out and incorporated and even leaving all the bugs in, this is to cater to the average player, like the casuals, the way that they, like the bosses are really easy, like Lilith is super easy now. Like all this was to kind of bring people back to the game and make it very accessible to the average player, you know, getting to level 100 a lot faster than we were before. Well, 40% faster, but still a bit faster. You know, a lot of the stuff was, you know, is for, you know, has been for the casual player. You know, this is going to be the first thing that they put in the game that is meant for level 100 players who are geared out to have something to do. That's kind of what this is for. Now, of course, anyone can attempt it. So it's not, you're not gated by any means. But this particular thing coming up was designed specifically for the players who want to push the envelope of what they can achieve with their character. So yeah, it's grindy, but it's on purpose, right? So what's rogue support? Who knows? We might have to do one. It needs to be aspirational content. Yeah, exactly. The ball lightningers, and the Hoda Bonker is gonna go berserk on December 5th. You know what's funny though, Perp? Is that those builds would do well up to a certain point. Like they're not gonna go in and bop a level 20 to 25. It ain't happening. Not even the best Hodo Barb spec or whatever is not gonna just jump in and like clear the later levels. It ain't happening. But that's kind of the point of the unique glyph. The point of the unique glyph is to level that glyph. So the more efficient thing to do isn't to push. Isn't to push right away. The more efficient thing to do is to start leveling that unique glyph ASAP. Because that's going to give you the power necessary to try and like get to the next tier, get to the next tier, get to the next tier. You see what I'm saying? So it's purposely meant for you to grind the glyphs to go higher and higher and higher and then grind the glyph some more to go higher, grind the glyph some more to go higher. It's a loop grind gameplay, you know, or gameplay loop that is designed to keep you busy for the rest of the season as in-game content, quote unquote. So yeah, so the idea, so you might want to try and see if you can go in and see how you can clear without the unique glyph, but it's not going to be very high. That unique glyph is extremely strong. Like, it is absolutely bonkers the amount of power that thing gives you. So for Hoda and the Reds, they were playing towards your solo. Will it probably be easier in a group of 4 like D3? No, not. It won't be like D3. No, would it be easier in a group? Maybe, with some like synergies and stuff like that. It could be a little easier in a group, but it's not going to be like D4 where group players have such a massive advantage and something like that over solo. It's like nowhere near that. In fact, I think it might be harder initially to get a group to do some of the higher ones, because you have to kind of figure out exactly what synergizes with what, and like how to not, you know, make your enemies unstoppable too quickly to where they ignore CC, and then all of a sudden whatever support you bring in there is now useless, and there's a lot more to figure out with that. Carnus, what's going on, man? And 2 bricks, what's happening? Assuming the glyph would be good for any build, yeah. Every build in the game is going to use that glyph, that unique glyph. It's not even, it's a very general glyph. Like, it's not catered to a certain build or a certain style. It's literally more damage, and a shit ton more damage, and a lot more damage. And you level it up, and it's more damage and defense and more damage, and that's all it is. It's a ginormous stat stick. That gets bigger and bigger as you level. The shackle glyph, yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. Yes, it is the shackle of glyphs, except way stronger. You almost done with the seasonal journey? I'm almost done with it too. I usually never finish my seasonal journey, but I guess now I have to because of the whole Abattoir Zero thing. So Blizzard has forced my hands to actually have to finish the season journey, and to Blizzard I say, well done, because D3 could never get me to finish the season journey ever. I've never, not once, finished it. I just didn't. And then in D4, same thing. Like, I didn't finish the season journey last season. Didn't care. I had no plans on finishing it this season, but now I have to. And Blizzard actually did it. They actually got me to actually care enough to actually want to finish the season journey, which is pretty impressive, actually. It's actually very impressive. Because for those who know me, those who've been around my streaming long enough, for those who know me, I just don't bother. Sure, we'll do this one. We'll do a couple of T100s, and then I'm probably gonna head out. We have to finish it now. Yeah, I know, right? I know. But we gotta do it, man. Gotta do it for the content. Gotta do it for new content. How's AOZ prep going? Well, I'm not really prepping at all, because it's impossible to know what to expect other than more health and more damage. So you just take whatever character is like your best maxed out character, and then you just go for it. Because the reality is that, like, you're not gonna get very far until we level up the unique glyph anyway. So we'll be spending tons and tons and hours upon hundreds of hours leveling up this unique glyph. You know, anyway, so at this point, you're going to need a good farming build, not necessarily a good pushing build towards the beginning. So I'm not at the moment, you know, most of my characters that I have right now, or most of my builds I have right now, are already mostly min-max just without Shackles. So everything I want right now would be the same thing as if I was going for Abattoir Azir. A Doombringer? Maybe not a Doom. Well, I guess depends on the build. If I'm playing melee, maybe a Doombringer. If I'm playing a range core skill, probably not. But I guess depends, I think. Again, it's hard to know. I mean, I know we're all excited trying to put things together and whatnot. But I think the whole thing that, you know, Woody's saying, it's a lot like Greater Rifts. It's like, oh, okay, so it's a, you know, learn how to play the layout, learn how to gather, learn how to, you know, manipulate the mobs to do what you want to do type thing. So it's more of a mentality shift than anything, I think. And then of course a grind for so hyped for that. Yeah, me too. Me too. Dude. Yeah, I can't wait for Abattoir Azir for sure. Tinky is like gonna be hilarious when Avatar comes out and you only need to do something like part 4 of the season journey or the quest line instead. I know, right? I'll be hardcore requesting my refunds of the game at that point because finishing the season journey goes against my religion. And yeah, if I was forced to go against my religion to finish the season journey and I didn't have to do it, I'm definitely gonna get my money back in this game. Hardcore quitting. I can always play Death Must Die. I mean, I watched a little bit of it. I watched a little bit of it while you was playing it, Tinky. A little bit. I had no idea what was going on. All I know is that you say you were trying not to get hit by the dude with the blade or something like that. The lady with the blade or something. Because you were like kiting a bunch of like things like around a circle or whatever, and you just like do not get touched by the dude with the blade, the lady with the blade. And I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, but I'm trying. I guess that's what happens when you like come in like, you know, midway through something that you've never seen before, right? You're just like, what is going on here? Other than that, Chronix, how you been doing, man? I'm missing some things. I gotta backtrack. This is a lot of fun though. Rapid fire. This is with 2 balls in combination, yeah. Why you don't use a bow? Because my basic attack is coming from my dagger slash sword. And the only thing that I'm shooting with is the 2-hander with the core skill. So at this point, the only advantage the advantage of doing a bow over a crossbow is to attack faster. That's kind of really it, right? Crossbow attacks slower but hits harder. But the damage is over time, if you include the attack speed, should equal out to be roughly similar over time. So but if I'm not using a basic attack on the 2-hander, I'm using the basic attack here from puncture, then the advantage that the bow has is no longer there because I'm not using a bow basic skill. You have to use puncture this season. It's like almost no shot doing anything good without using puncture. So because of that, crossbow is just better because it has none of the drawbacks because I'm not using a basic attack that uses the 2-hander. Now don't get me wrong, I prefer bows. I really do. And I prefer force arrow over puncture. But in order to really get this, extremely strong interaction with 22 combo points, I gotta use puncture. Not because I want to, but because the meta kind of leaves me no choice. Are you familiar with bullet having it? Yeah, I am. Is it like that? Blasting for Shackle and Doomy and still unlucky. Me too, man. You got 2 starless. I got 1 starless, guys. On a rogue, and it's so bad. So bad. For like the rogue, it's awful. Am I doing Lilith with rapid fire or already done? It's already done. Do you want to see it real quick without me changing anything? Let me just jump right into Lilith real quick. I can show you, not changing a single thing out of my farming spec. What about the pin shot build with wind force? It's already there on the max roll. If you check maxroll.gg, I have it. Pin shot rapid fire with the wind force there. Instead of unlocking boosts like increased damage, you find epic items and make it. Oh, okay. That's actually kind of that's interesting. I reskilled yesterday based on your video to wind force because I like bows a lot. But now I'm kind of worried. The wind force is okay. So in the video I made, at least I hope I made sure I was clear that the wind force is going to only be good on pin shot builds because of the way the lucky hit scales with the combo points. So you see the combo points here or whatever, you go to pin shot, right? Every point of lucky hit, every point of combo points you gain 10% additional, not multiplicative, but additional lucky hit chance. So if you scale that to 22 combo points, you're going to get above like 300% lucky hit chance. So with the wind force and the pin shot, you're basically taking a wind force which has a 30% lucky hit chance to do double damage to about a 90% chance to do double damage with the wind force. That's why the wind force is good with pin shot. So as long as you're playing pin shot, wind force is fine. Wind force works well. But wind force does not work or any other setup on Rogue right now. What would I do if the boss gets fixed on Abattoir release? It won't. It won't. You want to know why I know it won't? Hold on, I'm gonna pull up their direct quote just to make sure I don't misquote this. Okay? This is what they said. Direct quote from Joe P. Whether you are a ball lightning build, which is bugged, or a 16 combo point build, which is bugged, okay? Whatever crazy broken build you put together, Abattoir Azir is the place to go to get more power. That is what he said. That was Joe P, not Joe Shelley. Yeah. That is what he said. Direct quote. He legit said that at BlizzCon. I was baffled when he said that. I was like, you're kidding me. But okay. Now, hypothetically, if it does, if T-Boss World goes away, which I like, to be honest with you, I'd rather for the bug to get fixed. Being honest with you, I'd rather not be forced to play one specific, style of rogue with this. I mean, close quarters combat is already, we're kind of already pigeonholed into that already, but also with the bolts and condemnation and of course puncture. My backup is just temerity and conceited. In fact, actually, if you watched any of the stuff I did at BlizzCon, like my stream at BlizzCon, I ran temerity. I didn't even run to boss wall. I refused to run to boss wall for 2 weeks when I found out it was bugged. It wasn't until that quote that that Joe said is the reason why I'm running to boss now. I had no plan on running to boss until he said that. Because I really thought they were going to actually fix the bugs this season, or that they were going to actually do some balancing or whatever, but no. Nope. So I'm like, okay, well, if Blizzard is telling me to break the game as much as possible, then I guess I don't have a choice. Whether I want to or not, people are going to expect me to. I can't go. I'm not going to use Toboss Will and Abattoir Azir, and the people are going to be like, oh no, but Blizzard said you can. Blizzard told you to, and what am I going to say to that? I'm going to be like, well, yeah, you're right. Blizzard did tell me to. Like, there's no reason to fight against it now. Usually I would, because normally Blizzard would fight against it, because Blizzard doesn't really like things like buggy stuff and doesn't like people promoting buggy stuff either. That's how they usually are. They're completely did a 180 this season with that. And it's just to make everyone else happy. Like, they don't really want to piss people off. They want people to, and enjoy whatever it is that they enjoy now. But the problem is that you can't balance anything. You can't balance anything. How do you make anything on a rogue feel as strong as 22 combo points to boss wall? You can't. You can't buff anything enough without breaking it to even be on par with that for inner sight and preparation. You can't. So now the meta is stale. They're not going to buff anything really like that, and then they're not going to nerf anything. So it's like, okay, well, now we're stuck with this for the rest of the season. Same thing with ball lightning. How do you buff anything on the sort to be as strong as ball lightning? You can't. Ball lightning is broken. It's bugged. You can't. Unless you bug something else to be as strong as that. You see what I'm saying? So you can't do that. So yeah, people are happy that the bugs are staying in, but now it's like the meta is stale. They can't change anything. They can't balance anything this season. It's just like, we'll leave it as it is. Let people play the one broken thing they like to play, or two broken things they like to play, or, well, Barb, right? And then that's it. That's the meta for the entire season. That's the one thing I don't like about their viewpoint, because maybe, what if rogues want to play inner sight? Well, too bad. All season, you're screwed. What if, Sork might want to play some, fireball? Well, too bad. Ball lightning is way better. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are no other options now. You either play the bug stuff or a barb, and that's it. And that's the consequence of that action, which is what I try to get people to understand too. I'm like, look, I get it. If you're having fun with the bug stuff, great. But there is a consequence behind that at the end of the day. Like, you know what I'm saying? But Getting the high roll on the two boss is a pain though. Actually, to be honest with you, the max resource is like the better thing. The max resource matters more than anything else. It's a stupid logic to cater to the people that would complain about bug fixes. But that's the thing about it is that it's a much larger. Okay. Well, I wouldn't even say vocal minority. I would say at this point right now, Blizzard is just trying to be the good guys. Like Blizzard is just trying to be the good guys right now. They just want to be the good guys. They're tired of being like, you know, told that they suck and that they're terrible and that they're, you know, they ruin all the fun and they don't know what fun is. They can't make a fun game. So I think at this point they're just leaving stuff as it is because a lot of people appear to be enjoying it, or the more vocal people are saying that they're loving it. So it's like, I'm gonna be the fun uncle this time for, you know, at Blizzard, and it's like, well, you know. Okay, if that's what you want, then sure. But the problem with that is that it's a short-term W because people love that decision, but it's a long-term L because people are going to expect that they have this philosophy going forward, and they're not going to do that. The moment that season 3 it comes out, guys, I'm telling you, all the bug bills are going away. They're going to strap down on any new bug bills coming because leaderboards are going to be a thing. But the thing about it is that like the people who love, like, so let me rephrase that. The people who don't play a lot, the people who kind of come in, they come in, they play the ball lightning sort, kill some stuff, and then they leave. You know, they come in like next week, do the same thing, and they'll, you know, not log in for a couple of days, come back, kill some stuff with ball, like, you know, that kind of loop. They'll come into season 3 and be like, what happened to my ball lightning sword? Oh, the bug got fixed. Oh, but I thought Blizzard said they weren't touching. You know, they weren't nerfing anything. And somebody comes and say, oh no, that's season 2. He's like, well, I don't understand. Why would they nerf my fun? So now you have to deal with that problem in season 3 because a lot of people who don't know this, who are not following the tweets or following whatever like that, are going to come in with their builds destroyed or nerfed come season 3. So you're only postponing the issue if you think about it. But maybe Blizzard has something up their sleeves and be like, okay, well, let's make them happen now, make it happy now, and we'll figure out how to deal with them later or deal with that later. I think that's probably what they're doing. Also, Microsoft companies who no, they're already Microsoft now. The merger is like official. All right, here we go. I guess my farming bill for Lilith. Boxwork. Alright, well, she's dead. Now just the mechanics. It won't let me kill her. The poison, she would already be dead because the poison will keep ticking, but they're forcing me to fight the rest of this. Oh, whoops. Anyways, you get the idea. But that's Lilith in a nutshell. So without the skulls is much easier. Yeah, I mean Lilith is like a pushover at this point. Using temerity so you don't what your damage is not tied to being unstoppable. Only that's because Tableau's combination will still be stronger even with it being fixed. Not necessarily. Not if you go conceited, it's not. Like I did a whole I have a whole you've seen the video, Peacha. If you can fit in conceited and put conceited on your two-hand weapon, yeah, then it's actually a little stronger than Tableau's will, and you get more defense because it's temerity, so you get the extra barrier effect. So not only are you tougher, but you also do more damage. So when Tableau's will is fixed, I'm never using it again. I won't say never using it again, but I'm going straight to temerity. I'm not touching Tableau's will anymore. This is with the victimized key passive? No. But I can if you want me to. In fact, if you want me to, I can switch directly to it now without even building into it. My rapid fire build actually on YouTube or like that has clear with it. Victimize. So this is without me speccing into victimize at all. Like I don't have near the amount of vulnerable damage I'm supposed to have. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's really, I won't say it's the same thing, but I mean it's I'm lagging. Interesting lag spike. Anyways, but yeah, you get the idea. I'm gonna go die now because I'm gonna finish the rest of the fight. We die. There we go. Necro's still hiding in the shadows, untouched by nerfs. Necros are extremely strong too, man. It's funny though, because right now, Tinky says, saying openly they need stricter balance in season 3 with leaderboards, and that's why they're leaving things as open, free for all until then. Yep, pretty much, because they're gonna, yeah, it's gonna go from being the fun uncle, you know, to back to normal. Don't tell them. To back to normal whatevers. You know what I said though? You know what my prediction was pre-season before people thought I was like really crazy when I said it? I have over 100 tries in season 1 and always die to the skulls or wave in phase 1. Yeah, one more question if you don't mind. Shadow Grass. Is that a viable option for pin shot or rapid fire builds? You can, but I think a regular glove will be better overall. But a Shadow Grasp is not bad as a placeholder. You're just missing an aspect, so that can get kind of rough. Fun uncle, yeah, but yeah, Blizzard is the fun uncle right now, for now, until season 3. But when he pulls out that belt, I'm telling you, yeah. So my prediction before the season happened, like I think it was like a week before the season dropped. I had Necros number 1, Barbs number 2, Rogues 3. Druids 4th, Sorcerer 5th. That was my prediction. This was obviously before you knew anything, before any bug stuff happened, right? But people got on my case for putting Barb second. They said Barb was last. Barb is like, no, Barb is last. Barb is gonna suck. Barb is gonna be terrible. I'm like, I don't know you. I think Barb's gonna be pretty good. So I at least came pretty close with the top two per prediction. It's basically Barb Necro, but I had Necro Barb initially. What I was wrong about a lot was the Sork because I didn't know about the. Well, let me phrase that. Sork. I guess Necro can be third. Sork is second because of Ball Lightning, but I guess it's like, yeah. Yeah, the Ball Lightning was the one I was not expecting because there was no way to know. I didn't know that was gonna be bug. So Sork went from fifth to second basically. What I wasn't expecting was for Rogues to be like practically last place, which is kind of crazy to think about because even with the broken combo points, Rogue is last. Like pure power, not like farming efficiency or clear efficiency. If we're just talking about just raw, unadulterated power, Rogues, even with the Toboss Willbug, is sitting in last. Which is kind of crazy to think about the amount of power creep this season is. And this is actually with you guys seeing what I was doing, you know, with the rapid fire stuff right now. Like this is last place. Yeah, this is last place. Really behind Drew. They're behind Pulverized Druids, yeah. Well, in my opinion, they're behind Pulverized Druids. If it wasn't for Pulverize, because the thing about it is that Overpower is like the key thing that's like overtuned this season, and Barbs can definitely take advantage of it, right? Like really well, Barbs can, and then of course Pulverized Druid can too as well. If it wasn't for Pulverize, I think Rogues would be above Druids. But is the main Necro build still Infinitiveness? Actually, I'm not sure. Power is DPS, not single target damage. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Rogues don't really have like Rogues have good AoE, but not large AoE, whereas Pulverize is like. But Pulverize also gets very interesting because if you don't one or two shot stuff, Pulverize gets very ugly, like, you know, unfun and not nearly like you have to one or two shot things. So I kind of want to see how that. I want to see how that plays out in the Abattoir Azure because that's not going to work out too well in the higher levels of. So I wonder I wonder how that's gonna go. I can see where you're coming from, Tinky. Yeah. Yeah, I see Necro 1 billion hit macro did. Yeah, he posted it in the Discord. Actual Discord. For all of us to see. It's funny because Echo Hack is like, you know, Bone Spirit has the potential to be the hardest hitting skill in the game, but it as a build is useless, is what he was saying. I don't know. I know very little about Necros overall, so I don't even know what that means. But it was crazy to see Macro get that 1 bill overpower crit though. So it's clear if needed for Abattoir more than a single target. Pole still has options. If I'm to rely on how Woody Joe described Abattoir Azir, then I assume that the boss is going to take a long time to kill. So you're going to need a lot of single target damage or decent single target damage if you want to clear in time. You have no combination, so you need to build the riches. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Gonna clear as barrage, just swap to rapid fire. That's smart, actually. That's actually pretty smart. Rapid fire pin looking strong for ALG. Yeah. I'm going in straight. I'm gonna jump in with rapid fire first. I'm gonna buff the living hell out of my rapid fire and just line everything up in a straight line, which I should be able to do if things are lasting long enough. I mean, generally speaking, like each one of my shadow imbued arrows with smoke grenade is hitting for like a little over 2 mil arrow, and I have like 28 of them, and they all crit. And then like my cold imbuement arrows are hitting for like a little over 4 mil per shot, critical hit. So like I'm gonna kill something in a straight. I'm gonna kill something in a straight line. Someone's gonna die. But at least we'll see. That's actually a good point, Chronix, for hardcore. Actually, Woody said for hardcore it's easier. I don't know if this information is out here, so I don't think I can say anymore, because I don't think Woody can say anymore. But like, that's what he mentioned on stream. He was just like, it's actually harder. It's actually easier in hardcore, and I'm just like, what? It almost feels like a preseason, T100, if that makes sense. Whereas like you technically have 2 lives, or you have infinite chances if you have enough, like, you know what I mean. In this case scenario, I don't know how this works, but full difficulty, you opted into it. You are limited by your scrolls, yeah. I would say in pre-season you had a lot more scrolls drop, whereas right now you barely get any, from what I hear. So I guess the meta for hardcore players right now is stack up the scrolls, farm for scrolls, farm the crap out of scrolls. Scrolls are drops. They're very rare this season. They made scrolls actually work correctly now, but they also lowered the drop rate of the scrolls significantly. So that's a trade-off. And from hearing from most people who do play hardcore, it seems like most people were fine with that decision. I don't know. Again, I don't play hardcore, so I don't know. If I were to play hardcore, I would like that, because my internet connection sucks. So having disconnect protection is always it's always a welcome. But I don't play it, so I don't know. You find like 30 this season. You read the potion? I think this will be my last dungeon before I hang it up. Oh, snakes. Forgot about this. And of course I can go straight to the chamber, but I want to kill things. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do like a mostly full clear. Whatever that was. Ah! Wrong button. Totally wrong button. Oh, it took me all the way around. Alright. There's nothing else left to really kill over here. Actually, what's over here? I'm gonna explore a bit. What you got?
Need more time.
Cracks. The X is already right there. Let's go around somewhere. No! I was just got stunned by that one eye thing.
I need more time.
Oh, I couldn't Q because of the shadow. Alright, free time is over. We're gonna go kill the boss. Like I said, I'm doing it now for XP and glyph leveling, gearing is done because gear is done killing bosses. Do I agree? I mean, pretty much, mostly. Also, blood harvest too. Blood harvest, you know, is really good for gearing up. Ah, whatever. We'll go ahead and kill the boss. Stupid shadow. Oops. Whoa, what just happened? Alright. That was That was a terrible fight. Terrible start to that fight. No stones to bring this to pedestals. But like it's like I never go straight to the boss though. Like I just like killing things. Which is never really the most efficient way to play a dungeon like this, but you know, I bought the game, I booted it up to, you know, kill things, push buttons, stuff dies. And change dash with shadow step, whereas dash really important for the build. I die so often because I get stunned. Well, you should be using evade a lot with metamorphosis, because with metamorphosis you should have unstoppable for like 5 seconds. So you should really never get stunned. However, if you rather use shadow step instead of dash, you can, yes. Like if shadow step just feels better for you, then yeah, go for it. Well, it's maybe that you might not know that, because like as soon as you hit an evade with metamorphosis, you can't get CC'd for like 5 seconds. But like I said, you can totally go like shadow step instead if you wanted to. That works. I tend to prefer shadow step myself, but I also tend to make things harder on myself than I need to. But that's just me. Anyhow, we're gonna go right out. See who to go to. Who's doing the thing? We'll actually go to Rav. We're gonna go to Rav because Rav is doing a subathon. It's subathon day 3. She's awesome and she supports the stream quite a bit, so we're gonna go here. I like shadow step procs both unstoppable and close combat. I do too. I think the thing is that the thing about it, Pisa and Xeon, is that it's hard to recommend that on the max roll guide. Like that's the way that I want to play, but the problem is that like the Tibalt's will proc only lasts for 5 seconds with the shadow step because you're only unstoppable before just the shadow step itself. So your rotation becomes more strict. You got a shadow step, then evade, then shadow imbue, combo point, pin shot, combo point, pin shot, then shadow step again, puncture, evade, cold imbuement, combo point, pin shot, combo point, pin shot. Like you have to kind of do the rotation twice in the same time frame that you would have had to do it one time if you just had metamorphosis. You see what I'm saying? So like for players who are more advanced, that makes a lot more sense. I would just say shadow step. But like if I'm writing on the max roll guide, I got to think of how this is going to be for the broader audience. And it's a safer bet with dash because of that. Does that make sense? So like that's why it's there. But yeah, you can absolutely use shadow step. Is honestly the way that I prefer to do it. Too much to remember. It's Rogue right now, man. Rogue is relatively complicated. I won't say it's like the class is complicated, but getting your damage rotations and defense rotations is relatively complicated versus the other classes. So that's what you sign up for when you play Rogue. Just the thing about it is that like the complication doesn't match the output relative to the other classes right now. Which is what it is right now. Which honestly, I'm fine with where the Rogue is. I'm having fun with the Rogue. I could care less if they're 1 or 2 or 5 or if they're 9th. But what I do care about is balance, like not being pigeonholed into close quarters combat or being pigeonholed into this whole puncture combination to boss thing. Like I care about that. I don't care about what place they're in, but I care about, build diversity. You know what I mean? Anyhow, enjoy Ravnica. That was your keyboard. I'll be here tomorrow. I think tomorrow is the latest stream because it's Thursday, so it'll be a little bit later, but I will be on. So we'll play Flurry tomorrow. And as always, till next time.